Hello everybody and welcome to the penultimate round of the Tata Steel Masters, the first super tournament of the year. We're almost done, 2 more rounds to go. I'm Gustafsson and I'm being joined by the hateful 8th seed of the upcoming candidates tournament, Peter Svidler. How you doing?
Doing fine so far.
What are we looking forward to today?
The Saul Carlson game, I think, has to be the highlight, and the one we, in terms of intrigue in the tournament, this is the one we want an upset to happen.
I'm Gustafsson and I'm being joined by the hateful 8th seed of the upcoming candidates tournament, Peter Svidler. How you doing?
Definitely counts as doing well, so I think, the tournament.
What are we looking forward to today?
In terms of fight for the first place, Saul Carlson game, I think, has to be.
Although Fabiano is only half a point.
No,
it's full point now. Yeah.
In
terms of intrigue in the
after
tournament, this
11
is
rounds, Magnus Carlsen
we
on
want an
8,
upset.
Fabiano I'm Gustafsson, and I'm being joined by the hateful 8th seed of the upcoming candidates tournament, Peter Svidler. Game
definitely counts.
Wesley So against the world champion. What are we looking forward to today?
In terms of fight for the first place,
Wesley is
probably
game,
I think, has to be
very serious once he fought. Fabiano is only half a point.
It's
full points for that as well.
He won a very nice game.
In terms of intrigue in the after 11 rounds, Magnus Carlsen on 8, Fabiano I'm Gustafsson, and I'm being joined by the hateful 8th seed of the upcoming candidates tournament,
sort
Peter
of to be
Svidler.
expected. Magnus goes to C5.
Wesley
I think
So
he's played
against the world champion. What are we looking forward to today?
men against one.
In terms of fight for the first
place,
place,
C5 is probably
Wesley is
probably
I think, has to be
very
although
serious one. Fabiano is only half a point.
He won for that as well. He won a very nice game.
In terms of intrigue in the after 11 rounds, Magnus Carlsen on 8, Fabiano I'm Gustafsson, and I'm being joined by the hateful 8th seed of the upcoming candidates tournament,
sort of
Peter
to be expected.
Svidler.
Magnus goes to C5.
I think part for the head world. What are we looking forward to today?
Men against one.
Why Bishop B7
C5
play match.
Wesley is probably
Very
serious one.
Nowadays, the theoretical main I think
He won a very nice game.
in terms of intrigue.
We could still get that if Wesley plays D4, I think I suspect Magnus will sort of expected. Magnus goes to C5. I think there's very heavy fear.
What are we looking forward to?
Current understanding is
Why Bishop B7 remember all
Wesley is probably
very serious. Nowadays, the theoretical main I think favorite battleground, but very nice.
We could still get
Wesley favorite choice. He has 3 moves. B3, and so that's sort of which one he goes for.
Also E4, very heavy exposes to current understanding other types of positions. Like goes knight C6 is exposes to
nowadays, the theoretical main I think favorite battleground, but very nice.
We could still get
Wesley favorite choice. He has 3 moves.
This is already
And so Wesley goes G3. That's sort of which one
I think of the options available.
Also E4, very heavy exposes to current understanding other types of positions. There's still a lot of fear.
Nowadays, the theoretical main
It's much less likely
I think favorite battleground, but very nice.
There
There is our audio problem starting out. We will hopefully get them fixed within the first couple of minutes this time around. We shall see. I think we're good now. As usual, apologies. We still haven't really figured it out, but I'm getting used to it. I'll get less upset about it today. Good old echo.
Yeah, let's wait for confirmation that we are now less echoey as we were 30 seconds ago, and proceed from there. G3, B6, Bishop G2, Bishop B7, castles. This is all very, very well known. Magnus has a lot of experience with this line. And what's your opinion? It always felt to me like White is really working with very small margins here. It's not. It's a pleasant position to try, but it's not a lot.
It very much depends. Bishop E7. I've been playing lots of D4 here, which is nothing special. Admittedly, it's a matter of taste. The more critical move has been supposed to be Rook E1, as Wesley So plays. My problem here is that after Knight E4, I could never see anything.
I think I may
for
even
white.
have had this position against Magnus myself once. I'm vaguely remembering a game I had against him in a. I think that was in Gjovik. There was this strange rapid play tournament which I ended up winning by beating Magnus in the final, if I'm correct. I think I am.
Yeah, the point of rook e1 is to go e4 and then follow it up with d4. And if black allows that, at least as far as I know, and tries to play normal hedgehog, these positions are quite tricky for black. First of all,
definitely.
constant e5s, and then there's the potential of going for a quick kingside attack. This is not easy. After rook e1, there's other tries. d5 is an established move when, after cd5, knight d5, black comes close to equality, even though I think there's some hope for white here. And there's a move knight e4, which I quite like.
Yeah, and Magnus does play d5. It's interesting because yes, I felt knight e4 suited his style better, but d5 is also obviously a very well known and a very solid move here. After knight takes d5, I think there are some lines starting with takes e4 and d4, and there's also probably the immediate.
The main line is e4, knight b4, d4, and takes.
It seems like they're headed towards this, and there's some weirdly sharp endgames in this line, right? It's
some
queens come
principles.
off, but it still is a very concrete, very sharp endgame in many cases.
Yes. So mild surprise, Magnus chose d5, but not really. It's one of the main lines. They both will be knowing what they're doing here. Let's go to our friend Luke Van Velde against Fabiano Caruana, the closest threat there is to Magnus when it comes to winning this tournament.
And he must be very happy with how this game is. I understand it's very early days, but the first 9 moves should feel very nice for Fabiano, because Luki is not dodging any kind of a theoretical fight here. He goes for the knight off, which is his, of course, the main opening he plays, and he also, after f3, transposes back to classical English attack, not bothering with all the queen b6 finesses. Queen b6 is a very serious move here. I'm not sure if it's considered right now to be more or less precise than e6, but Luki goes for the old classical style stuff. e6, bishop b3, b5, queen g2, knight bd7, g4. I'm slightly curious as to why he hasn't played b4 yet, because I think the current thinking is you need to include b4 as early as possible, because in the position they have on the board after g4, h6, and in general in these positions, a2, a3 is a very interesting try for white in many cases, stopping this counterplay with b4 altogether and continuing in a slightly slower fashion, but also severely limiting black's options. But
not Fabi's cup of tea. He wants to go for broke. Long castle. What's going on here? Is this the line where they go b4, d5, this old crazy stuff?
Before knight e5 here, I think.
Okay.
Although I may be mixing all of my things. This looks weird because queen takes b4 will be very strong. Maybe before queen c7.
Yeah, is also there, or queen c7.
Yeah, no, all of these moves are possible, but fashion changes a lot in this position, and as I said, I think currently the thinking is black needs to play before already earlier than Luki might do it. So we'll see how this progresses. The old main line here, I think, is bishop b7, h4, and then you start doing all these things.
Right.
Before queen a5, knight c5. This is the old main line where there's but this position I think is considered to be quite good for white.
Good stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they stopped doing this.
Yeah, and this is why I thought that Luki's move order is slightly peculiar, because I have a feeling they include before much earlier than these days.
As we know, Luki is a dinosaur. He is stuck in Nido theory of the early 90s, and he still doesn't mind going for it against the most booked up guys in the world. And you know I love you, Luki. I just always expect you to get checkmated. We are being told that in the Sergei Kayakin game there is a bit of a peculiar opening against his favorite customer. I'm not sure if that's fair to say, Anish Giri, but Kayakin beat him 4 times with 0 wins for Anish Giri, 6-2 total. So Kayakin thinking, this Giri guy, he knows a lot of theory, but I always win somehow in the end, so I'm gonna go for 1b3. Why not?
An interesting choice by Anish in reply, because d5 bishop g4 is one of the more critical replies to b3, but still, you know, for me it feels like if you're allowed to play 5 in this position, you probably should play 5 in this position. There's a lot of theory connected with e5 there, and it's not at all clear if black is doing, you know, as well as you would suspect there. But still...
For a way on how not to play it, I'm sorry, I'm in a bad mood today. Check out the game Wei Yi against Peter Svidler, which Peter Svidler won to defeat Wei Yi in the World Cup, out of a slightly dubious position.
Yeah, with a very cunning plan of... I used the plan of finally getting a bad position and playing it. But we actually had 2 games with Wei Yi starting from more or less the same position. One in China during the Russia-China match, and one in Baku. And the one in China I was very comfortable in, and in Baku I mixed up a move order somewhere. Anyway, Anish goes d5, bishop b2, bishop g4.
My opinion, by the way, is that it's fashion. e5 or d5, they're both perfectly good moves.
Of course b3 is not going to refute chess. But bishop g4, if you can go, if you want to go for proper craziness, I think you're supposed to go f3. But
I always thought bishop f5 was a good move here, which no one ever plays. But bishop g4 is very principled, fighting against knight f3 to some extent.
Yeah,
and Rapport would blitz out this move.
Yeah, f3, bishop h5, knight h3. I believe I've done it myself once, because I played a thematical match against Peter Heine Nielsen once, where in all the I think those were blitz games where we needed to start, I mean, the rules were we had to start with 1b3 and then do whatever we want. And yeah, I think I did this once and did not really enjoy it greatly. Can't remember how
the current thinking is that after f3 you go bishop f5 and then it normally transposes to some sort of birdish thing. Yeah. Bird named after, not Larry Bird, but Henry Bird, who for some reason liked to put his pawn on f4 and got a place in chess history for it.
Yeah, instead of that, Sergei goes for a saner option of playing g3 on move 3, and it transposes into a reasonably normal reti position, I think. By move 6, you can recognize the outlines of a very normal reti. Yeah,
there's tons of questions one could discuss in great detail here. Why does black start with c6, with e6, not with c6, knight bd7? Why does white include h3 so early, and so on and so forth? But bottom line is slow reti, King's Indian attack, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Kayakin wants to keep pieces on the board.
Yeah, he obviously wants to go for a game, so to speak, not some forcing theoretical variation against one of the better prepared players in modern chess.
Navarra is playing a line that brings up some very painful memories for me. This used to be my pet line with white against that thing we call the Queen's Indian. But in the only good tournament I ever played, only half tongue-in-cheek, I was in the lead in Dortmund after 5 rounds and I lost in this very line to Peter Leko with the white pieces, which I wasn't pleased about. They used to play bishop c5, but then white gets a risk-free small advantage, so that's very nice. But bc5 is more ambitious, changing the pawn structure. The center of theoretical discussions here, even though I'm a little surprised somewhere down the line. Queen b6, this is all normal, bishop f4, and here Tomaszewski plays d6, which my dated knowledge when I used to dabble in this line was that you want to go rook d8. That's what Leko and Kramnik and everybody else has been doing to keep this option open and also to keep this bishop open, because after d6, old thinking is that now rook b1 is a very strong move, threatening b4, and it's not so easy for black to equalize here, as far as I know. Well, if you go rook d8, then if white goes rook b1, you have options like knight to c6 or even d5 sometimes, probably start with knight c6. There's no dreaming of b4, so typically white switches, plans goes rook d2, and then rook d1, but with this b4 idea off the table, here d6.
And rook b1 has been blitzed out by David, so it's interesting. It's interesting to see what Yevgeny has in mind here, because normally you would expect him to have very detailed ideas on the subject. He doesn't really take opening preparation lightly, but In this tournament, and in particular after yesterday's game where he, with white, had to defend a slightly unpleasant position for a while and ended up blundering a full piece in a position which was already unpleasant to him, but still a one-move blunder like that, it always shakes your confidence a little bit. You get the feeling that maybe he is sort of a little bit demop happy and just waiting for the whole thing to be over, and may not really pay as much attention to move orders as he normally would have.
No, I guess he's familiar with this, and d6 rook b1 is not winning, but this was supposed to give white much better chances for an opening advantage, in my days at the very least. So we'll see if he has something nasty up his sleeve here. Else, yeah, normally if you allow b4, you have to fight for equality and be very, very careful.
And if you have to go knight a6, even the simple a3 looks very strong.
a3 is just good, yeah.
Yeah, and the knight on a6 is really, it's not a square you want to develop it to in this particular structure. So yeah, somewhat curious as to what will happen next.
Yeah. We shall see.
Jingliren Ilyanov.
More Queen's Indians, or did this arise from a Catalan? I'm not sure. By the way, next to the little cartoons you can see the head-to-head score. That's not our expert predictions to the games, it's just the only second game between David Navarra and Yevgeny Tomaszewski. Let's see how things are with Ding Liren, Pavel Ilyanov. Ilyanov won their first encounter. Well back though, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I can't say I recall that game, but the screen says 1-0, so it has to be 1-0.
Yeah, I believe it was the Reykjavik Open a couple years ago.
Then it must have been some time ago, yeah.
So, more Queen's Indian, but a different line, bishop b4 check. Never fully reached mainline status, but it shows up here and there. Magnus Carlsen even tried it against Vishy Anand in the World Championship match. Bishop d2 is what they do. Bishop goes back to e7. Once again, this topic we know from the Catalan. They want to lure the bishop to the unfavorable d2 square. But here, white is being precise. He starts with knight c3, eliminating some options because you're threatening e4. And Pavel stops that with bishop b7, bishop g2. Other moves are possible here, but this is the main line. And c6. This might look like a beginner's move, blocking in your bishop and giving up control over the e4 square. But it's more important for black to prepare d5. e4, d5, as far as I know, has a huge body of theory attached to it, like ed, cd, knight e5.
This is the line that Karyakin and Aronian keep on playing against each other, right? And black even won a game or two there, I think. I think Lev won this with black against Sergey in one of the Stavanger tournaments, or maybe the other way around.
I think Lev won with white, but I could be wrong.
I think he won the second one, but the first one I have a feeling did not go particularly well for white. We'll research that in the break, but yeah, there is I think history between Levon and Sergey there. But Jingliren, somewhat curiously for me, eschews going e4 altogether and goes for castling, and now it's a bit of a mix between Queen's Indian and Catalan, I guess. Yeah, it seems very similar to those bishop b4 check, bishop d2. Bishop b7 Catalans, where black also goes for this plan of c6, b6, bishop b7.
Well, it can transpose if black goes d5 and white doesn't do anything in particular, but there's differences. The white knight is already on c3, where it normally doesn't go so early in the Catalan. Bishop is already on b7, well, in the Catalan it often ends up here. I'm not sure. I believe here castles and d5 are both being played. Castles, e4, d5, once again, is a similar story.
Probably. Very possible, just a transposition to what you've mentioned earlier.
Yes. And the immediate
d5 is what Pavel played just now, so generally white needs to be very fast here, because black structure is so solid, and that if he is allowed to finish his development and start, let's say, trading in the center by playing c5 at some point, the position has very, very big leveling tendencies, but
yeah, Ding played one of the main moves, queen to b3 here, which is quite natural. You defend the pawn, and in some lines you are... What are you thinking about? I forgot what you're thinking about. I think you mainly want to conclude development and somewhere down the stretch think about e4 or go cd5 at an opportune moment. It's all theory. I remember I thought...
Yeah, castles rook f1 is already... I mean, they're both blitzing. They both know this position reasonably well, you have to assume. And Yeah, white is slightly the more active side right now, but it shouldn't be a lot, generally speaking, and he will have to play very energetically here to have any hopes of, well, large advantage or maybe even any advantage.
Yeah, knight b7 looks natural and has been played. Now white often thinks about going cd5 once his knight can no longer go to c6, because these positions, while nothing special, at least white has some hopes for an initiative. Black typically has to go a6, you play a4, and you pretend.
Knight
that
e2,
there's
bishop
some
d4,
targets here.
these kind of plans, yeah. And rook ac1 has been played without taking on c5, d5 first, but it might be very, very similar anyway.
Yeah.
I think we let this be for a while, and the next one,
The Berlin.
you missed the one I really wanted to talk about, but okay.
We'll get there. Berlin. Mickey Adams on the black side has not had a great tournament, but has made a bit of a comeback. And Hu Yifan is the other way around. Had a great tournament, has had a rough couple rounds. Berlin. What is there to be said about the Berlin that hasn't been said by the many expert commentators out there already? King 8, h5 is the solid way to play this position.
Yeah, Mickey is not in a particularly adventurous mood today, you can say. Not only, but it's obvious from his choice of Berlin, but also the line he chooses in the Berlin is the most solid, the most well-trodden of all the options available to black. You kind of guess that it suits both of them today. That Mickey, despite having a very decent couple of rounds, and I mean he will be sad he did not beat Anish yesterday, because the way he was winning at one point would have created a proper brilliancy out of an already well-played game. But yeah, he beat Sergei Karyakin. He came very close to beating Anish yesterday and was pressing for the entire game. So he must be feeling slightly better about the way his tournament is progressing. And Hu Yifan is, on the other hand, as you mentioned, it's a very long tournament, and you do get the feeling she became somewhat tired towards the end of it. And I guess a kind of a risk-free line of the Berlin for her is also not really a problem at all.
No. Rook d1, a bit of a sideline. Normally they either go for the immediate knight e2, wherever they do that, or bishop f4. That's the absolute main move. Rook d1, the thinking is, now that the king is on e8 already, you don't really need this move, and you might want the rook here later. But of course, people have tried pretty much every legal move in all these positions. Bishop e7, that's one of the main plans of going h5. Typically in the Berlin, one of your problem or your main problem is a knight on f5. And you can either regroup it by going to e7 and g6, or sometimes d5, but mainly g6. But if you do that, you typically want your pawn on h6 to control the g5 square. Well, if you go h5 direct against g4, the most common way to deal with this knight f5 problem is to try to exchange it by playing bishop e7, followed by knight to h4. Practice, I believe, has shown that all these bishop g5s aren't as scary as we used to think, and even if these bishops are exchanged, black has a very solid position. So they typically don't do that with white, but allow this maneuver. Knight e2, knight h4. Now, if you want to draw, there's all kinds of ways to repeat moves, which I specialize in, but the critical try tends to be to take this knight.
Yeah, and she has taken on h4 and played bishop f4, which I think is the way they try to attempt playing for an advantage here. Playing for some kind of a knight d4 and e5 e6 push, hoping to exchange often the pawn on e5, which kind of gets in the way actually, for the c7 pawn, and then play those types of endgames, which aren't very much for white, but it is actually possible to win them. And one game I remember quite painfully is in one of the European Club Cups, we lost an absolutely critical match. In the sentence meaning the St. Petersburg Chess Club, we lost to the Azerbaijani powerhouse Sokar when Alexander Grishuk beat Sergei Movsisyan from a very, very similar, perhaps even from this particular line. He won some endgame after playing knight d4, e6, exchanging the bishop on e6, taking on c7, and grinding out this slightly better endgame.
I do think, though, that normally you get this by playing bishop f4, bishop e7, and now I believe rook a d1.
Possibly,
like
yeah.
this.
I'm not a huge specialist on these move orders, but...
And here, the difference is that the main line is connected to going rook fe1, knight d4, and e6. Well, if you have your rook on d1, your f rook on d1 already.
Yeah, the a rook is not really ideally placed.
Yeah, this is a less favorable setup, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But
Yeah, black sometimes I think goes back to e7 and then plays g5 and rook h6. I think it's quite a logical setup considering what white is doing. let's say knight d4, you play immediate g5, follow that up by rook h8, h6.
Yeah, also depending where the bishop goes, I certainly recall having seen this move. And
It's reasonable to go g4 in some positions, but also even simply the prophylactic move rook h6, making e5, e6 much less desirable for white because you will not spoil the black structure, and also perhaps in some positions preparing c5, rook c6 after knight b5. Yeah, this looks very natural for black, and yes, as you very correctly pointed out, you generally want your rooks on d1 and e1, and by playing rook d1 earlier, Hou Yifan seems to have done herself a bit of mischief here in terms of this plan.
yes. Bottom line is we've all spent way too much time on the Berlin. Let's move on.
Yeah, you've missed that game altogether now, and we will never get it on the screen.
That's very possible. Juanito.
Yeah, Juanito against Shakhmamedov, and yeah, this is the one I wanted to talk about because of the starting positions we have on the board, apart from the b3, g3, which was interesting for about 3 seconds, and then became a slow reti slash what did you call it? King's Indian attack?
I have no idea what I said 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, apart from that game, I think this one promises the liveliest position of all.
Knight b8, you ever played that move? Looks a little funny.
Yeah, I have played this move earlier in my career, and also even somewhat recently I played it against Timur Rajabov in the Baku World Cup. Where he goes for a line which is not supposed to be a lot. He goes d4, knight bd7, c4. It's an interesting sideline.
But I think it's nothing. Like they try that sometimes, but if black knows what he's doing.
But the idea he's connecting it with is very curious to me, because c6 is by far the best and the main move here. And white generally tries to play a2, a3 here, precisely because knight c3 is supposed to be nothing at all because of Shahryar's response. But after a3 there are other issues with the white setup. After knight c3 you're supposed to play b4 straight away, which is what Shah has done. And white is supposed to go to either b1 or a4, after which black just plays c5, locks everything down, and in this position, this plan, or knight e8, g6, knight g7, which I would probably favor for myself if I had this. And this is supposed to be completely empty for white. But Juanito after b4 went knight e2. And this actually I'm very curious about, because compared to the other line, of course you want your knight on g3 and not on a4. On a4 it's not doing very much at all. And playing c5 in this position is no longer as attractive, although you could still maybe make an argument for that. Yes. Yeah, now that we got here, I'm wondering, because d5 knight takes e4, white will just lose a central pawn. Which means that c5 probably forces white to take. We take with the d pawn, I guess.
I wasn't even sure about this, but let's play this.
Yeah, knight g3. But it's slightly awkward because it's jumping to f5 next move, and no, obviously compared with the position, if you imagine the same position with a knight on a4, you clearly want it on g3, even if it's not very much anyway for white. But Shahryar picked up the gauntlet straight away, and he took on a4 here. Wei is still playing extremely fast. He goes queen c2. I'm not sure what's wrong with knight e4, f6 to be honest, but maybe even something like knight g3 could be good. Because the pawn on e5 is kind of awkward to defend, and also the knight is jumping to f5 once again, and c4, c5 is a constant idea. I'm not sure if you can even play c5 immediately. I was wondering about e4, but maybe we can find something after e4. Although I don't see what. C takes d6 I thought, but then ef3 is very strong. d7, queen e7, and you're forced to take on f3 because there's a pin. And although maybe even this is playable for white because black is so discoordinated. Bishop g5, knight g3. So a very sharp idea by Juanito straight out of the opening. And queen c2, f5. He went c5, discovered check. d5 looks like the only move, and another move blitzed out. Bishop c1, e3. Very interesting and impressive preparation by Wei, regardless of whether this is objectively correct or not, because he's attempting to revive a line which for many years was considered to be a playable but completely harmless sideline.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll be watching this with great interest as both a Black-Briar player and a white Spanish player, because this might potentially change the way we all think about 10c4.
We'll find out. First, let's go for cheapos. F4, I don't know how you take, but there is always
always this motif, which means that F4 is not particularly attractive. People are slightly baffled by Juanito. It's an invention of our Spanish colleague next door who got, I think, mainly bored of saying Wei all the time and started calling him Juanito. There's no disrespect meant, it's just a bit of an inside chess 24 joke, which we are now happily participating in.
Which game do we participate in? Let's check out Luki's old theory.
I have no idea what he's doing now.
Bishop e7 on the board, h4, this is the main line, b4, knight a4, queen a5, b3, and here knight c5, or I vaguely recall some d5.
I think rook c8 is also a move here, but bishop e7, and Luki is still playing reasonably fast, so you have to assume he is following some kind of preparation, but it seems like he's giving white more or less free reign here.
The problem is if white gets two moves, I don't know which is the next move, bishop h3, bishop g2.
I'm sorry, but also king b1 followed by that b2, knight c4, you know, the slow plan. White only has one poor piece on the board, the knight on a4, which can sometimes be attacked by knight c5, but the moment the king lands on b1, knight c5 can be met by both knight b2 and knight takes c5 quite successfully, and yeah. And d5, e5 might be losing by force. Knight takes e5, knight takes e6, this old tactic, fe, bishop b6. This, I'm not sure if it works in this particular position, but generally it does. And
why not?
I don't know, I'm never sure about anything I say after yesterday's debacles, but where's the Münchhausen picture? The Münchhausen picture will probably make a reappearance at some point during this stream, but let's not confuse our viewers even more before there's actual need for it. Yeah, Luki is playing with fire here. Let's put it like this. We're not entirely sure about the exact theory of this position anymore, but bishop
e7 doesn't have a lot of theory, which might be the idea to get Fabi out of book. But yeah, it looks very scary. I don't know, your slow plan looks good, and also the fast plan bishop h3 intending g5 and g6 and checkmate. You have to have an idea. I'm not sure what he wants, g5 or g6.
G5 or something, yeah. Yeah, it's not that obvious why he wasted a tempo on bishop e7 in a position which is very likely to become heavily tempo based. But quite clearly this is not an over-the-board inspiration for Luki, because you don't really go for this line without having some kind of an idea.
We'll see. As usual, I hope for him to do well. I don't expect him to.
Yeah, and I have an opportunity to actually correct you for once. We were told on Twitter that you, in your cartoon for the Navarro-Tomaszewski matchup, you missed a recent Bundesliga game which David won with white, so he's actually...
Oh, that is true. Yeah, it might not have been in my base. Apologies.
So David is actually +1 against Evgeny, and that encounter was very recent, so it must be quite fresh in players' memories.
I actually saw that game, but yeah, sorry. I hope this score is correct. Magnus Carlsen up 1-0 or 2.5, 1.5 against Wesley.
Tell me about rook b1. I'm not sure I know anything about rook b1. I think they play a3 and allow knight c2 there normally, yeah?
I'm not a specialist here. I believe that the main line at least used to be knight takes c6 instead of bishop takes c6,
and now after and yeah, it becomes very bishop c6. I've seen this definitely somewhat recently. After bishop f4 here, I think they go g5. I'm pretty sure this is what the line is. They force white to commit to some square for this bishop. If white goes bishop d6, there is takes and king e7, and black is in time to connect his rooks, goes rook hd8 next move. I don't really play this with either color, but I'm sure I've seen this position before. And yeah, if a3, I have a feeling it goes to c2. Weird as it looks.
Does it come back?
I guess rook d8, and it kind of does. That would be my impression. You start immediately fighting for the control over the d4 square, and if it does come out, we have to preface everything we're saying here by bless you. White's advantage here is purely tempo based once again. The black structure is perfectly fine. You could maybe even make an argument for black being slightly better if all of his pieces come out, because well, the bishop on c6 looks slightly better than the bishop on g2, and if white plays e5 to trade them off, the bishop on e7 will be slightly better than the bishop on c1. But currently black is somewhat discoordinated. He needs to find a home for this knight on b4, And this is what white is aiming to play around. But it's very, very fine margins here.
Wesley so has played rook b1, which I guess could transpose to some of the lines you were describing if you followed up with a3 and the knight goes here.
Well, the knight might even go to d3 then. I'm trying to figure out how white makes this into an advantage. Where is the... let's say if rook d8, what is the plan here? I'm guessing maybe he wants to take, yeah. I probably take with the bishop. And maybe something like bishop f4 now. Planning to place it on d6.
Even this, I'm not scared out of my mind
No,
yet. But
no. Also, bishop b8 might be a move.
This one I missed, for example.
But a5, I still don't really understand why I should be panicking with black.
Here
The
we
knight
could
goes,
be.
yeah, knight c5, f3, I guess. And yeah, white has achieved a little bit of something actually, because the king is not particularly comfortable. If it goes to e7, rook d1 feels a bit awkward. Bishop f6, bishop c7 might be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, this is not ideal.
Yeah, this looks like white actually made some progress. I'm not sure if it's horrible for black, but yes, some progress definitely has been made by white in this line.
What else can we do?
Well, I mean, castles is a move. I'm not sure if it's a good move, but you... Yeah, but here knight c2, rook d2 loses the knight. Yeah, and knight a6 before is also kind of awkward, yeah? So castles is not a... Yeah, it's a move, but it's not a good move.
I was wondering about this. I was very scared of blundering some e5, which I probably am. Yeah?
In some fashion, you probably are. Although bishop... Hang on a second, bishop takes c3 here. This might actually solve all of black's problems if white has to go a3. Yeah, and go bishop a6, yeah. No, this I'm sure black is fine. King e7, connect the rooks. I would probably pick black. I mean, structurally, black is incredibly healthy here, so...
Yeah, there's nothing direct.
No, bishop f6, okay, it becomes our first candidate for now. What does white do? Bishop d2, maybe?
e5, just bishop e5.
e5, bishop e5, yeah, I don't see how this loses. And if it doesn't lose, it's just a pawn.
Yep.
Bishop d2...
Bishop f4 is also...
Oh, bishop f4, but I'm actually, even with this tempo, I'm kind of tempted to take on c3 anyway. Because it solves all of my structural issues so well. And also the knight on a6, when white does not have b2, b4, the knight on a6 is a very, very comfortable piece. Bishop d6, I want to castle long.
How did we punish you for all these indiscretions? Maybe impossible. If rook d6, rook c8, yeah?
Rook e6, rook c8, next move king e7. Or knight c5, knight b7, drive this rook away. But king e7, rook hd8 would be my first choice.
No, I'm looking for cheapos, but I'm not
yeah,
sure
this I obviously blundered, but yeah, this looks good. Knight c, let's show, yeah, knight c5, rook c6 wins the whole piece actually. Because there's rook d1 at the end. Yeah, this is an important tempo.
Because if you have to go here, something's gonna happen. A4, a5.
Yeah, I'm less happy. You know, it needs to stay on c6. It's very important for it to stay on c6. Yeah, I guess this is less fun than I thought. Yeah, I missed rook d6 somehow, or misunderstood how dangerous this is.
But I'm not sure if there's any menacing threats even here. Then again, if white gets e5 and the e4 square for the knight...
Bishop d6 is awkward. Although maybe I could sort of force you to go bishop d6 and then take on c3, but it looks a bit contrived.
Also, yeah, it's hard to make a sensible move, right?
Rook c8, maybe. But it does look like I'm pushing my luck a little bit here. Bishop c3, bc, knight a6.
We're assuming this never works, even though...
There's no immediate refutation, but you don't really want to even think about it, to be honest. Not at the beginning, at least.
Yeah, no, here...
Knight c5. But there's bishop a6 there. Yeah, I'm one tempo away. If I could play king e7 here, I'd be perfectly fine. But bishop a6 almost wins, I guess.
Yeah. For the record, I think you're also worse after this. But yeah,
no, not with the king on e7. But yeah, bishop a6 kind of finishes the game because rook a8, even bishop b7 is, I guess, a technically one position. And rook d6 might be even stronger. Yeah, probably black will need to be precise after bishop f6, bishop f4.
Is e5 a move or is that insane? I was thinking about g5, bishop d6, but that feels a little asking for it.
Yeah,
e5 is very dull, actually.
Yeah, e5 you also playing bishop f6 to immediately kill off your own bishop in this fashion doesn't really feel like.
Sure, I was trying to win some tempo. If bishop e3, knight c2 with nothing.
Yeah, maybe bishop d2.
Bishop d2, yeah.
Bishop d2, knight d5 might already be a threat.
We're not on time.
Long castles though, maybe. I mean, having played e5, I think we need to sort of go the whole hog here and go long castles.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, let's spend 3 seconds looking at this. Not our pieces, we can take liberties. I'm actually not that unhappy about this because the d3 square is annoying.
If I play caveman style.
Let's put it on c2 actually. Take, go, knight d4. But I'm risking a lot here. If this doesn't work out for me, I will probably lose, not just be worse. But if it does work out...
Yeah, it could be fine.
Yeah, if I'm in time to go king b8, let's say knight f5, knight d6, I'm really not suffering that greatly. Yeah, well, very tricky position, and I think we've dwelled on it long enough with 7 games going on to stop for now and wait for Magnus's decision.
All right, shall we look at another game while we're waiting for his decision?
Yeah, let's see if there are any new developments anywhere.
I'm sure there are.
Dingliren Ilyanov looks, I mean, it's not the structure I expected to see. And after rook c1, rook c8, Dingliren went for a very non-standard decision, I have to say. We left it here. Pavel made the most natural move in the position, rook c8. And
e1.
Yeah, and
that's a weird move.
Dingliren went knight e1, yeah, which is not something I've seen before. I guess he wants to go e4, because I don't really see what this knight is doing on d3.
I'm not booked up here, but you don't have to be a genius to guess that bishop f4 or cd5 have their own bodies of theory. But knight e1 I'm also not familiar with.
And it prompted a very direct reply from Pavel, which I understand very well, because you kind of want to use the fact that he decentralized one of his pieces by sort of by design.
No, this is a typical idea. It normally doesn't work in the Catalan. Normally you're 1 or 2 tempi short, but with this knight here...
With the knight on e1, it's understandable that Pavel feels this is the most direct reply. He is still 1 tempo short of playing c5 next move, so I guess knight d3 would be my first idea here.
Okay, my first idea would be to grab pawn.
Bishop b3.
Go somewhere.
No, this would be a mistake.
Yeah, this was a mouse click in my defense. Let me try this.
Yeah, this is possible, but are you happy about this? Takes, knight f4. Knight d5 is a very nice stabilizing move here.
Happy. Or even knight b6 for a second.
Yeah, that's true. Let's take one last move back. I have knight b5 here. Yeah, I should have started with this. I don't know why I didn't start with this.
Yeah, no, I'm less happy.
Yeah, this looks incredibly promising for white. cb5, bishop b7. Yeah, could be close to winning actually with the bishops so strong and not even a single pawn sacrificed.
Then I must
if
try
you need to go
backup
queen g
square.
Yeah, no, but I'm playing knight b5 against anything, I think.
Yeah, could be a mess, but I don't have a good feeling about it.
No, it feels like white will come out on top here.
Yeah, agreed. So can't be too greedy.
But you can play a6. I think his plan is probably to play a6 and go c5 next move.
Yeah, a6, a4 would be typically you go c5 anyway.
c5 creates a threat of c4. I have a feeling it will work out fine for black. Bishop b7, I can go c4, no?
Ah.
That was my assumption, that I can just go c4 here. In d5, your f2 pawn will hang immediately. So you will have less time. Yeah, knight c5, bishop c5. Well, you can try bishop b7 here. But queen b7, a b5, it feels like I should have enough here with black. No?
Why?
That's how it feels like. Do I actually have to delve deep into my feelings to justify assessments like that?
Please delve.
Nah, not gonna be able to do it.
I want to cover pawn and enjoy other pawn. Then again, Dingliren won a similar structure on the black side yesterday, but there he had
Yeah,
a bit more going for him.
the white pawn in the Tomaszewski Dinliren game was not on f2 but on f5, making white's kingside constantly pressured. Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought I will find something here, but I'm struggling. There are all kinds of weird tactical ideas, but like knight g4, bishop e1. I have this weird move bishop e3, but it's not really doing very much. It's nice to contemplate, but white just goes rook a1 and asks, yeah, so what? And I don't really have a good answer to that question.
What do you think you're doing?
Yeah, hang on a second. I can sort of improve on that idea on move 21 by going knight e3. I'm still worse there. Takes. Yeah, you can take, and you have to take. I will take on c1 and take on b5. And I'm not actually that much worse, to be honest. I have a pawn, and your king side is somewhat weakened, and I want to go rook c4 next move or something.
I think you're worse.
I am. No, I started off by saying I'm worse, but it's an improvement over bishop e3. I'm trying to make a somewhat irrelevant case for this being a stronger move than bishop e3 in a completely arbitrary position around move 21. Right. So what do we do after knight e3?
We play a6, a4, and we play b4.
I'm very worried about a5 here.
We take it.
Knight a4.
Now we have an extra pawn. We will hang on to it.
For how long?
Not
Knight. You want to play a5 next move. That's annoying. That is very annoying and kind of sneaky. But I
still think I'm worse if we play some slowish move like e3.
Yeah, e3 might be incredibly strong here because this. No, but it goes to h5, the queen. Let's start with knight c5 anyway. I don't know which one. Take with the knight. You probably have to play a5 here.
No,
although you have bishop
grab stuff.
But your queen gets lost on it. So.
That's a pity.
Yeah, let's show. Rook c5, queen into bishop f3 actually.
For queen.
Collects material. So you have to spend the tempo on a5. But you're not that heartbroken about it.
I'm a little heartbroken. This even long term like this, Kramnik would already be chalking up the point here with white mentally, e3
I'm not
or
sure.
e4.
I think this is not your typical extra pawn on the queen side. I think this black might be able to defend and hang on to, I don't know, bishop a8. Although rook, I mean, no, it's kind of ugly. Yeah, bishop f1, queen b6. But the bishop on d2 is not a particularly pretty piece. Take on c1. I mean, sorry, take on c5. Knight d7, c5. No, I mean if you allow this, yeah. dc, I'll go queen c7 and. Although I mean rook a1.
I'm not Kramnik, but he would do damage here, like rook a1.
Yeah, f3, e4, bishop f2, all these kind of things. But yeah, it's an interesting position, but still, you know, it's a pawn and. And I think, hang on a second, I think I can improve my play, maybe not. I wanted to go a4 before a5, rook a5, sorry, queen a5, rook a1. But that doesn't actually help me a great deal because you can play even queen c7 followed by c5, or you can play queen anywhere in a5, because I can't take on b4, because queen b6, I guess, no, hang on. No, this I can take on b4 here, I think, because queen b6, I go knight a4, and I probably don't lose a piece. Although after queen b5 I'm still very awkward. But queen d3 is probably... I'm talking too fast first and foremost. We should start showing these moves instead of discussing them. Queen b6, knight a4, queen b5. And e2 is hanging and my piece is still sort of hanging after a6, a5. I wanted to go queen d3, but bishop takes b4. Actually I think black emerges with extra material here. Queen b5, c b5, or a b5 even. Yeah.
Might be draw, but yeah, this is not what we want. I don't know. It's complicated. a6, sometimes I play weird moves like bishop e3, but then knight d5.
Knight d5, if all else fails, knight d5, but also c5 might work, to be honest.
Yeah, I haven't counted, but might.
c5, knight a4, let's show this. Actually, this might mean that c5 is not an idea here. Let's show this idea in general.
Well,
bishop e3, c5. Knight a4, ba4, queen b6, knight b6, and bishop b7 with like a winning position, I guess. Yes. So, and that actually holds true even for a pass for white after a6, I think. Which means that c5 is not an immediate threat, but queen takes d4 might be. Do we want to play e3?
Not unless we really have to.
Yeah, e3 feels very meek somehow. Okay, bishop e3.
I'd like to play e4, but then c5 probably is possible because...
Yeah, we close down our own diagonal for ourselves here. Yeah, it suddenly is black is fine. Bishop e3, knight d5. I want to take and play knight c5.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, but I'm not sure if there's much here.
Can you take?
I can take with the rook.
You can take with the rook, but he will be slightly worse.
Yeah.
And if you take with the bishop, do I actually win with white? I couldn't find any immediate solution here. Because I need to go queen a3 and b4, but you have b4 in reply. And if I have to go queen b4, rook fc8 is fine.
Yeah, it seems to hold actually.
Yeah, the whole idea of course doesn't work if black can just pick up the pawn on c5, so... Okay, if I don't play knight c5, yeah, no, but then black is fine. Rook c4 is a very strong positional idea. Black is more than fine maybe even here.
Yep.
If I have to go knight e5...
Well, then what?
cd5, knight e5. But that's probably only...
Using the same logic, maybe I can get away with this, no?
Yeah, maybe even this. But also, if you play, I don't know, queen a5 here, you're probably never worse.
No.
Yeah, so, our current thinking that queen b6, knight d3 is... I mean, knight d3 looks like the most logical move for white here. At least, developing the errant knight on e1 and creating some positional ideas. But we so far have not been able to refute a6, right?
No, you could go all Catalan expert and say, I want to exchange one of the defenders of the galaxy
but
on the c5 square.
You might not be in time here after a6.
Possibly.
Knight g3. Well, you could get this position from either move order, I guess. Knight e3, c5. Although knight a4, yeah, knight a4 again. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot again. Sorry. Yeah.
It takes here. I haven't actually calculated, but that's what we got you here for. That's not true. We got you here for many things.
Yeah. Some of which were supposed to be secret, but my industrial espionage, hobby was exposed yesterday when I had to.
Handing over suspect packages to people.
Second job as a courier pigeon.
There's a great career in courier pigeoning if you're willing to work hard. Start at the bottom, but I have some tricks here, I guess, right? Like
queen e5.
Rook d7. No.
Oh yeah, that actually is a nifty trick. Wins on the spot. That's what we got you here for.
Cheapos.
Cheapos, which work. I also have cheapos, but mine are very spectacular and fail.
No, don't sell yourself short. You're the number 17 in the world in chess. But with hard work, I feel like
I could get
15.
15 or maybe even 14 is achievable, attainable.
Now let's not go too crazy. Who's 14 in the world? That's someone like... I'll check.
I'm already checking.
I'll check too, because we know we can't trust your own facts.
Oh, Pentala, yeah,
Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Why is he number 14? He never plays any super tournaments.
It's just because he's
Just
incredibly...
picks up rating left and right.
It's because he's incredibly strong, I think.
Isle of Man Open, Gibraltar Open. He always wins rating. And yeah, he's not out of reach though for you, in fairness. If you won one game of chess, you would probably overtake him, and even Grishuk, who's having a bit of a rating crisis for his lofty standards at 2750 at the moment.
Yeah, it's all reasonably tightly packed. So if I aspire to one day be maybe even number 13 in the world, there's sky is the limit there.
You know what you should try to do? You should try to become world champion and be like number 25 in the world. That'd be sort of cool, like the lowest ranked world champion in history.
I don't think it's particularly achievable though, because to become world champion I need to do well in the candidates where I will have an expected minus score to begin with, and then I would need to beat Magnus where I would have a huge expected minus.
Yeah, but you
score.
can play in between, like join me to Thailand Open. We'll find ways to lose you some rating, don't you worry.
Okay, probably this side project will need to be discussed off air for a while, because the details are still somewhat raw.
On the Thailand Open? No, it's happening. 11 till 19 of April in the Dusitani in Bangkok. It's a great tournament. Play it, people. Anyway, yeah, your world champion rating we will discuss later. Knight d3 for now seems to be... This seems sensible play to
Yeah,
me.
this seems like a very natural plan. Knight e4, in the position we have on the screen, if black does nothing, knight c3, e4 will be a huge, huge threat.
Yes.
So let's go to the Magnus game, because he did come up with a decision. And he did play rook d8, but didn't take with the bishop, which probably was inferior. We didn't really like the position after bishop takes, bishop f4. He took with the king.
Yeah, and the plus is the king can defend these dudes if he has to.
Yeah, you're probably aiming for c8, b7 with this capture, and yeah, once again, white needs to prove something immediately, because if the king reaches b7 and black places his rook on d8, you start picking black in these endgames because.
Yeah, long term, and you're dealing with Magnus here. You don't have to give him much. If black stabilizes, he has a slightly better structure. This square is weaker than this square, obviously. Wesley has to act fast.
Yeah, and having played rook b8, it's I think absolutely impossible not to consider rook d8, rook b1. I'm sorry. Having played rook b1 on move 14 quickly, and having gone for this line with white, you would assume he has this on file somewhere.
I'm not sure though. Maybe he has it on file, but I can't remember because he's spending time. Like he's down to 1 minute 10. He spent more than half an hour, and if this is your preparation, you don't spend that amount of time here. Or at least I would.
So what are the options here? You can go.
Well, bishop f4 is always an option.
Sure, for king c8. Yeah, rook c1, knight d3 even.
I want to go for checkmate, cheap pose.
Yeah, that actually looks very interesting for a second, and then you spot rook d8, I think, and become less excited because a3, knight d3 now is.
Yeah, that blocks my checkmate, cheap pose. I want to give a check here. Not really checkmate, but.
Yeah, you're not even giving that check now. And after, if you have to go bishop b3.
Yeah, here I'm slightly worse.
Yeah, bishop f6. You might not even be slightly worse. You might be quite seriously worse, because stuff begins hanging.
Yeah, not what we wanted.
No, not really what we were aiming for here with white. But yeah, I'm not sure. Is there any argument to be made for driving the knight somewhere by playing a3 and then trying to react to wherever the knight goes?
No, it feels pretty good on d3 to me.
Yeah, a3, knight d3, bishop b3, king c8, or king c7, but I guess king c8.
Yeah, this feels...
I wanted to go bishop f1, but rook d8 once again supports it very, very sufficiently, and yeah, I don't know.
Pas de problème. I'm in bailout mode already. Can I equalize by playing this?
I'm not sure this is equal, to be honest.
I
would pick black in a heartbeat here. Bishop g2, king d7.
It's closest to equal.
No, of course it's. I mean, it's not a lot, but rook c8, go to e8, and play. Oh, f4. Yeah, I mean, white is not really much worse at all here. Yeah, white isn't also. Obviously not better at all.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's a bailout where pieces disappear. I don't know. It looks like Wesley So has not managed to crack the Carlsen defenses in the hedgehog. And it might be relevant theoretically. I'm not booked up enough on d5 because I was always perfectly happy with this move. But probably Magnus has something up his sleeve here, even though this position must have been played a lot.
Yeah. No, this I think is actually the recent. Trendy line, and this is what black is doing mostly these days. Fabiano and Luki are progressing merrily along their way to some complete madhouse.
Let's go for it. Some action in the chat. People are asking, how do you block people? I can tell you that because I got half of you guys blocked, if I'm being honest. So you're very lucky I even saw that question. Click on the profile, then there is the option to block the user in question. I believe someone was acting up, but our boy Colin is there and he has already, I believe, blocked the account. I don't know what happened. But he says, no need to feed idiotic trolls, which I think is mainly directed to you, Peter. Whatever Jan is trolling with, keep focus on the chess.
No.
Okay. Knight c5, this looks like he's a tempo down, or rook h3, bishop e7 included in a theoretical line. I'm not sure if that's good or bad. a3 is the typical.
a3 is a typical reaction, but with the rook on h3 and g5 being possible already, you kind of want to start calculating. Or at least I would. I don't know if knight a4 is a useful inclusion here for black. Probably it is.
Knight h4, knight a4?
Knight a4.
Oh, sorry.
Knight a4. I'm wondering if GF knight c3 works, but I don't see why it shouldn't. Queen a3.
Very strong threat.
Yeah, and then I want to follow it up by just picking up on f6 and saying I have an extra pawn and a monster knight on c3. So knight a4, queen. I mean, sorry, ba4. Yeah, a4, bishop takes f6.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry.
BA.
Baracus.
Yeah. And something like g6, but it looks vague.
Looks like you allowed more counterplay than you bargained for.
But it actually isn't a huge... No, I mean, I'm not worried about queen takes a4 at all, because the bishop goes to c4, then it goes to b3. I'm still not sure this is bad for white, but I'm also not at all convinced this is best.
I'll let you checkmate me.
Yeah, GF.
Not even sure if I take, but I'll take.
Bishop c4. Queen a4 is just a pawn. I'm completely unconcerned.
Give me.
Okay, let's. I'm torn between trying to give mate immediately and thinking I probably need to flick in king b1 somewhere, just to make my life easier in terms of things I need to calculate every move. There's also knight takes e6, but I can't really figure out if I have enough there. Let's try this. Let me drive for a second.
All right.
Knight e6. You probably need to take, right?
Don't know.
Because
Queen a3.
Yeah.
Knight a4.
Well, I have knight c5 check. Is my point.
Ah, yeah, that's a good point. And I need to take.
Yeah. Then this is why I was trying to do that. Knight takes e6, and I wanted to do something like this, and claim that you are very discoordinated and my attack should be worth a piece.
But I have an extra piece, I'll go d5 or something. I ain't worried about nothing.
Yeah, but you might start by getting worried about something here.
I should be. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, maybe to stop a pointless discussion. Yeah, +3 already.
Look who's showing off.
Yeah, no, I think your move should be probably bishop c8, because allowing queen f4 check looks fatal, to be honest. But here, I don't know, something like rook g3. I'd be very interested with white. I'm not sure if it's correct or not, but I'd be extremely interested with white, because the bishop comes to b3, killing off any kind of initiative on the king's side. And yes, I'm a full piece down, but I don't really care here if I give mate, to be honest. But yeah, this is only one of the options available to white. Let's check what's different. Let's start with maybe the most important question. What differs from the normal theory if white includes rook h3? Because just as a brief kind of excurse into history, in this position, black used to be reasonably happy about this, playing d5, e5, knight d7. Kasparov himself played this. But then they found out that after knight b6, there's this idea of playing, I think they start with bishop f2, knight takes a4, they go rook h3, rook c8, and bishop e1, taking complete control over the c3 square. And this, as it turned out, is almost winning for white. As far as I remember, Alexander Grishuk won some very impressive games out in this line. But that was in the late 90s, I believe, when people still believed this was good for black. And when all of this was found, the idea bishop f2, rook h3, bishop e1, when this was discovered, I think black started switching to other things, because this was extremely dangerous for black. Maybe, I mean, this position might actually be already mathematically lost, because there's really no play. An f5 comes extremely fast and destroys the black center, and white gives mate, so to speak. And I gave this speech to illustrate that rook h3 is actually a very useful move in these lines. So the inclusion of bishop e7 and rook h3, if white goes a3 here, black probably needs to do something else, not the knight takes a4 and d5. There's also this rook c8 move. Maybe this is Luki's plan. There's also all this theory connected with this trick.
King b2. I can find the first theoretical move.
I'm not sure they actually do this. I think they take on b3.
Yeah,
but king d2, yeah, I think they used to take on b3 and go king b2. And maybe for this position, the inclusion of rook h3, bishop e7 is decent for black. Although I still don't really see why. But this theory I remember much worse than the theory after d5, e5, knight d7.
What are you supposed to do? If you go d5, something lands on c5 and you
Yeah,
end
I
up
think
there?
I think you play something c5. I'll probably play bishop c5. I think it's more correct positionally, so to speak, more forcing as well.
No, I was wondering if I can take twice and pretend to have something. But
and
I don't
castle,
really
yeah,
believe
or something, yeah.
Takes and castles, yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't really feel like you have much of an attack here, to be honest. I don't know.
Rook a1 chases my queen.
Rook
way
a1
back.
and then follow it up by opening the
Yeah.
king side. Probably white is actually faster here.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, very interesting because there's not been much development in this line for a while, and the inclusion of bishop e7, rook h3 muddies the water somewhat, but it does seem like Luki is going for a line which is well, very dangerous for him, and also maybe made more dangerous by the slight deviation.
Made even more dangerous by the fact that this file that Luki is using was created with Junior 4.
Yeah, hello, good junior people.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like Luki came up with a game plan though, and Fabiano is taking time. Was probably surprised by this bishop e7 stuff. Rook h3, knight c5 is on the board. We will keep you posted. Also, interestingly, Luki does not have a minus score against Fabian Caruana. 4.5, 4.5, even though it has to be said that Fabiano did win their last in 2 encounters, both in Waldgansee. But they used to play each other in these veterans versus kids. No, that's not how they called it.
Yeah,
Rising Stars.
Yeah, I just always called them the NH tournaments. I played in 2 of those. They were very, very nice tournaments.
There Luki was beating up Fabi.
Yeah, I was very sad to see them go.
Which side were you on?
The obvious one. Grumpy old men.
Well, this is a while back. You can't have been that old. Like, you must have been in your early 30s when you played them.
34, I think, when I played the first one.
Okay.
The Berlin is progressing sort of along the lines of what we described.
Yeah, bishop e7, a4. Not sure about a4, but what? Non-expert. g5, bishop e3, and a5.
Black looks very comfortable to my
Excellent.
eyes. Yeah.
The bishop on e3 doesn't really do anything. You want it on this diagonal to keep an eye on
Yeah,
that.
the inclusion of a4, a5 makes it harder for black to chase the knight away from d4. If she plays knight d4 here, it will stay there for a while because c5, knight b5 is almost never really particularly attractive.
This move is a bit of a nuisance very often.
Yeah, but in general terms, I think Mickey must be very happy with how this game is developing. I think he is doing quite well.
Mickey, if he smells chances, he's not gonna go for a quick draw here. I do not think.
Well, a risk-free position which he can play on forever. Of course, he'll take this
against an opponent who's tired. She's shown the last couple of games that she is tired, and you've mentioned that she is a fantastic chess player. But some people have managed to outlast her, just win some long endgames in the past. We shall see. I'm a little worried as an Huyi fan here today because this is not the sort of position you want against Spider-Man.
Not particularly. And Magnus, in the Magnus game, they are following one of the lines we described, but Magnus chose king c7 instead of king c8, which we were, I don't know why we preferred king c8.
If we're nits, we don't want any checks ever. Here, don't want it. But there were some random lines where this could have been a check, and king c7 is more natural, just keeping squares for the rook.
Yeah, I like black here, to be honest. I think it should still be around equal, but if anyone is better, I'd guess it's probably black.
I'll go even further. This Magnus Carlsen's gonna win. He's slightly better with black out of the opening. What else could he want? The only thing is the tournament situation. He's saying, you know what, draw with black against Wesley So, and I'm almost there. I'm not gonna push too hard, but normally he doesn't think that well if he smells blood.
No.
And this is unpleasant. Like, black has all the obvious moves to make. Bishop f6, rook d8 for white.
Maybe even bishop c5,
choices.
and there's been some positions. Once you control the g file, bishop c5 becomes an interesting idea. Yeah, I'm not sure what Wesley is doing today.
Bit of an opening disaster for Wesley.
Yeah, I really don't understand his approach, because he went for a line where seemingly it was he who was aiming for this position. And why would you aim for this position is unclear. But we'll see. We'll see what will happen next. Dingren went for your plan in his game against Pavel Elyanov.
He is a quality player. I've always said that. Where's Ding? Yeah. And h6. If you have to go h6 and force this exchange, then at least white has achieved.
Yeah, 93 next move
something.
Against, I guess, well, bishop f6.
Well, you can take with the bishop.
94, you'll have to go back probably.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he wants that. 93 now.
Yeah.
It's
queen
beginning.
d4,
Yeah, it's
something's
beginning.
gonna
D7 is just dropping in 2 moves.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's beginning to look somewhat suspect for black. I have to say, I'm slightly
H6
surprised.
is a very bad sign.
Yeah.
You can't see a better move than h6. Forcing this, then
Yeah, knight f6, knight d3 is similar.
queen d4. What do you want?
At
Knight
least
d5?
I have knight b5 at the
Yeah,
very
that
least.
could be very little, huh?
I don't know. You probably lose the c file.
Well, yours don't care.
Really?
Don't care a little bit.
Bishop f3, rook c6.
Yeah, I'm worse.
I think you do care. In this particular instance, I think you do care. I think Anish, let's say, won positions which look much more equal than this very recently against very strong players.
Yeah, still as... Yeah, no, it is unpleasant. I'm trying to think about moves, but you're gonna suffer. Not ideal. So knight f6, knight d3.
Maybe
what
rook
else
f
can we
maybe
do?
rook fd8 first, and
Yeah, there's always this, but it's sort of plan B.
you kind of trying to force me to go knight e4, knight c5, and have a winning position or what?
Yeah, maybe it should be plan C.
Yeah,
I'm still dreaming of taking this, but it never works.
knight dc5 picks up the
Yeah.
b7 bishop. Yeah, no, I don't think you
Never
will.
works.
It almost never is good. Sometimes it doesn't lose on the spot. Here it actually loses on the spot. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Rook fd8 e3 and maybe look for a move here. But yeah, a6 now will allow knight a4, and you can. I mean, it's almost lost, I guess, once it lands on c5. This is a horrible position. And if you cannot play a6, you cannot really push for the c5 break.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
If you have to start considering gf6, but then you really don't want to play fh6.
No, I'm very surprised by h6.
It's a strange move because it means white is telegraphing he wants to take. This is the
Yeah.
most typical idea, and I don't know, even play rook ft8. Probably something bothered him, some e4 or whatnot, but I don't get it.
Okay, so Ding is seemingly enjoying the better of it for now. We haven't revisited Navarra against Tomaszewski for a while.
Let's go there. Where's their little pictures? The professor. Can't find the professor. Cross over. Here he is. Navarra Tomaszewski. Yeah, as mentioned earlier, knight bd7. Well, d6, a very surprising decision to my mind, because it gives white this very strong option, or at least it's considered to be very strong. b4, and Tomaszewski's been spending time. Played rook fb8, and if you have to do this, I have a feeling, I don't know if he just mixed up the move order or what happened here. Maybe he just mixed up the moves.
Well, it doesn't seem particularly critical, and I mean, I would feel white is better here, but
No, I'm not saying he's lost, but this is, yeah, about getting some initiative, which is much harder to do after rook d8, so it's a topic very close. What's going on?
nothing in particular, but just thinking about the position.
Yeah, I'm not sure about h3, but it's a useful move, just stopping any g5, knight g4s forever. Or g5, g4s.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Black is planning here.
What's the point?
He seems to have developed all of his pieces to, to the best squares, but he still needs to continue making moves somehow, and yeah.
That's my point. It's a bad position, and I'm very surprised Tomaszewski went here, because white has plenty of plans, like queen c2, e4, sometimes b5. You have to calculate bc5 at every juncture. There's always tricks on the queen side. Bishop e3, rook takes b7, whatnot.
Yeah, it's
Not fun.
yeah, not a line I understand particularly well, so I will abide by your assessment here. Knight e4 maybe, but You might lose by. Oh no, I'm losing the d7 knight. It's not a legal move actually. So.
Yeah, but even if you manage to exchange some things, no. I don't know. I was always very much hoping to get this position, but rook d8 really spoiled the fun, and that was very important. And kind of common knowledge, Navarro has played many games after rook d8 with both colors, so I'm very surprised.
Yeah, in the Karyakin Giri game, the structure has been settled on, so to speak. Interesting choice by both of them, I think, to it.
So far, so good.
I mean, so far, so good, and a5, a3 is still very, very normal. But I think generally black plays for something like queen b8, b5 kind of a plan.
Yes.
And Anish, instead of that, went e6, e5 here, which is also also a very natural move, assuming more control in the center. C takes d5, c takes d5. But it makes black's center, well, I wouldn't say weak, but you create targets. For instance, what if I go g4 here?
It's a big choice here. g4, d4, e4, I'm not sure.
Let's go for this, and knight h4.
Yes.
Creating ideas in the center and, reminding black that the pawn on g5 can potentially be quite weak.
I'm always very scared about this stuff. Like, even if white just takes on g6 and goes e3,
yeah, exactly.
Then, he has two bishops. You have to defend these guys every move. I don't like it much.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised Anish went for this, because as long as the pawn stays on e6, it's much harder for white to create, any kind of serious pressure. So, yeah, a somewhat curious choice. A somewhat curious choice here by Anish. We'll see if Karyakin goes for g4, because g4, on the other hand, of course, is a very committal move here. You don't really
very standard though. That's why he played h3
it is,
so early.
Sure, but still, with the bishop on d6, you feel like there is possible scenarios where this backfires.
Maybe Karyakin read a Rati book which he got for his birthday, and now he's all impressed with this rook a2, queen a1 plan. Hyper modern chess. Free the corner square for your queen and then attack the center with your pieces. It's nonsense in this position, but
rook
c1,
c2, and queen e1, I would feel is at least possible in general. But queen
e7, not going to be able to do it. That's why you go rook a2. Must keep an eye on this.
Yeah, very true. Yeah. Anyway, still feels eminently playable for black, but yeah, slightly surprised by e5.
Let's check out what the wunderkind is doing. He came up with this move knight e2, which I've never seen. I've seen tons of games with knight a4, and gave a pawn. Mamedyarov doesn't have to be asked twice to enter a mess. Bishop e3.
Here, after a lengthy thing, Mamedyarov returns the pawn with king h7. I couldn't actually understand how bishop f6 is refuted if you play bishop f6 instead. It seemed to me like, this should be your first port of call. But I guess maybe something like d5, knight e5, knight fd4, followed by maybe by f3. And the knight on e4 is a little bit stuck. f3 and maybe even f4 is also an idea, because the c6 pawn is weak. I don't know, obviously a mess, and also quite clearly something where he prepared quite carefully. So Shah goes king h8, dodging all of this stuff.
Threatening f4, so you gotta take.
Yeah, knight e5, d5 is very natural, and now Shah goes for bishop h4. Stopping at least trying to stop the f-pawn moves, and creating a threat of f4 as well. Very concrete approach by Shahryar, as
Does this work?
It might, yeah. I was also wondering about that. I don't know. I think I should take with the knight instead. This allows more tactics than I would want.
But here something's gonna happen. I don't know what. Something. Knight g3.
Takes rook f1. This I'm not particularly worried about. I'm more worried about some crazy. There is knight g5, or there is just bishop g5 playing for the slower compensation for now, attacking the h3 pawn indirectly. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's messy, but I have a good feeling here for black somehow. Yeah, bishop g5. Bishop
I'm not sure g3 is the best move though. I'd be very curious if I could find the way to sacrifice an exchange here. Can I play f3?
You found the way.
Well done, sir. Bishop e1. Actually, even f takes e4 maybe, but my idea was of course to take with the rook. But then maybe queen h4 is strong.
I don't want to take this exchange. I want to sacrifice stuff myself, but I'm not sure if I can make it work. I want to do this all the time.
Yeah, I understand, and maybe you're right. A very, very curious position, which will be very difficult for us to understand in the brief time that we have. Knight f4.
Yeah, I wanted to checkmate, but no checkmate apparently. Like nonsense like this.
Check.
King somewhere. Queen h4.
But even rook e4. If all else fails, we can have rook e4, d4,
yeah,
queen
it
e4.
doesn't work.
Or even g3, queen h3 is mate in one.
Oh, I was very happy.
Show it
Then
on
I
the
blundered mate in one.
Yeah, no, but queen takes e4 is perfectly good enough for white here.
Yeah. It's a mess. Can you go f4?
You can, but it's it's not only an exchange. You're also not driving the knight away, so black will have an extra tempo to deal with it. Very curious position, and also Wei, I think, for the first time in the game is. Well, let me check that. No, actually, knight takes e5 has taken him 23 minutes. So maybe king h8 wasn't a huge part of his preparation. Up to that moment, he was blitzing. All of his moves took him less than a minute, so he was quite clearly still very much in the file.
I like what Mamilyarov's done here. It looks.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and also it achieved the desired effect of making Juanito think. He likes thinking.
He's gonna think for a while here.
Yeah, it probably will lead to him being in huge time trouble by move 25, which is something Shahryar will definitely enjoy. He likes playing against people in time trouble. We all like playing against people in time trouble, I suspect.
I don't. Makes me nervous. Nicky Adams has gone for the g4 break after f3.
Yeah, that is
Probably.
that is interesting. Takes f4. Slightly curious. But I don't know. f5 not in this position. And after bishop f5, I have both knight g3 and knight g4 as potential follow-ups for white. And then I start pushing on the king's side. But maybe it's not fast enough. Let's try bishop f5. If you go knight g4, I can play bishop e4 maybe. And there's even some ideas of g3 rook h2, yeah, and the bishop on e4 is annoying because it's very difficult to shift. And if you play f5, I can play bishop c5, I guess.
You want to go here, but I'm not sure, man. We can grab.
Yeah, take it. Rook d2, I wanted to go bishop b3, put it on g5. With or without the inclusion of the bishop h4 somewhere. Not, yeah, these pawn sacrifices sometimes are very dangerous for black, but I don't think they are here because black is well developed. Both of his rooks, yeah, both of his rooks are in play. One can be used to trade stuff off along the d file. The other one is active on the h file. Bishop h4 is a constant idea. In Luki's game, Fabiano did play a3.
Rook c8 on the board,
and Look c8 was Look c8 was played very fast. So it seems like this is Luki's idea here. He wants that kind of a setup with AB, knight takes b3. We're still not sure why he thinks it's good for him, but that's the setup he is aiming for quite clearly. Jan is busily checking chat for haters he can block, but seemingly not that many haters.
No, I'll get there. It's time for the break so I can censor 80 people again every day. A lot of work, all this blocking. And people are wondering why this tremendous amount of tension in the studio today. Did we fight?
No.
No,
we never fight. We had a perfectly decent outing yesterday, back row seats, everything, no reason.
It was very romantic. We went and watched Hateful Eight, a perfect date movie. I'm not sure how we feel about Hateful Eight. I still haven't fully formed my conclusion. I enjoyed the first part and enjoyed the second part less, which I think most people say. But yeah, there's a lot of food for thought, like you can't overanalyze. What does Tarantino want to tell us? Short story. I think it's a good movie, worth watching, but not his best work.
No,
for a Tarantino
not
movie.
his best work. And yeah, we discussed it briefly yesterday, but by that point it was like 1:30, and we didn't really feel up, considering the fact that we need to work today, so to speak. Yeah, we didn't do it justice, and probably don't want to repeat everything that was said on air. But yeah, the first part I was extremely happy with. The second part, much less so. And
Knight B3 is on the board. A lot of questions when I'm gonna play John Bartholomew, even though that's heavily misspelled. It's Bartholomew. I don't know. Let me get through this Vike thing and then get in touch with the guy. I think we agreed on something early February, so that's probably soon, right? Oh yeah, I should probably get in touch with him. We'll figure it out some point next week, the week after.
early
When do I
February
know?
is actually 2 days away. Yeah, if you have that agreement, you probably should revisit it at some point.
Yeah, we shall. Luke?
Yeah, we had this position on the board when we were describing Luke's options, and I'm not sure why Luke is so happy about this, to be honest.
Is he so happy now?
It seems like he's still following something he feels is good. I mean,
Like I said, it's a file created with Junior 4.
let's have a look at D5 again.
D5,
it
something
is-
to C5.
Yeah, it is the most forcing variation in the position, but yeah, I'm not even sure Bishop C5 is better than Knight C5, to be honest. Maybe Knight C5. Let's try this. We haven't touched this
I
yet.
think it all leads to the same. I feel like
Can I
take whatever
ignore it?
comes down.
Well, ignore it. I mean, can I not blunder stuff against it?
I don't know. Rook A1.
Oh, you want to switch to complete positional play? Yeah, I don't know. Knight B7 is an unpleasant threat, but I don't know. Let me try and self-mate myself.
Give me stuff.
Huh?
Knight B7.
I was kind of wondering if you will blunder this or not, but
Obviously.
yeah, this looks quite good for black, so I think you should be avoiding this. But after G5, I probably need to do something like Knight D7, and you can start collecting on the... Or maybe not, because after Knight D7, once again, I have Bishop takes B4. It becomes a huge mess, which is why I thought maybe Bishop C5 is stronger, because it limits black's options to castle, because E7 is hanging. And if black has to exchange his bishops and then play something like Queen C6, I'm much happier about white's situation here. Because with the bishops off, there's less tactics. I will never blunder bishop takes B4 to begin with later in the game. Even something like E5, Knight D7, and simply taking on D7 might be very good for white. Queen takes, I don't know, Queen G4, followed by F4, Rook A3, Bishop D3, and
Yeah, of course.
you know, despite you know, it might look maybe to some of you that the king on b2 is worse than the king on g8, but actually the king on b2 is very, very safe here, and the king on g8 will still get under attack, and also every single endgame is winning for white. So yeah, bishop c5, and I wanted to check if this is losing. That was my big question. I understand it looks horribly scary, but does it actually lose? Probably does. I mean, I find it very, very hard to believe I will survive this with black. H takes, I think, loses on the spot, because after takes rook h3, there's an intermediate gf6, which wins material. Although there's rook takes c2 here, but it shouldn't work. Rook c2, king c2, queen a2. Feel free to join in.
No. I'm just watching. No idea what's going on.
Well, neither
Draw,
Havana,
king
obviously.
c1.
King c1, queen a3 does seem like a potential draw, but I want more with white. Can I win, please? Queen e7 is a bit of a threat. And yeah, queen b2, king e1, queen c3. I do get a feeling I will stop this check somehow and black will resign. Probably like this. Queen e3, king... no. Checks are not really stopping as effectively as I'd hoped.
Hang on.
Run towards that. Yeah,
Rook
can
e2?
I run towards this side?
Why not rook e2?
Check. Because I think this is winning.
Okay.
Queen anywhere, king b1, queen b3, and now I go rook b2, and there are no more checks, and queen e7 will win next move. That was the variation I was trying to calculate, but I'm not sure it's correct. Of course, it's too long. Yeah, so after g5 he will have to go knight d5 without taking on g5. And knight takes b4 is an unpleasant threat. Meaning that f takes e4 is, well, has to be calculated. But maybe I can actually do this. F e4, if you take with the queen, I think rook g5 wins. Right? Please at least correct me when I blunder stuff. And if after knight takes b4, my plan was to go rook c3. But that actually probably is a draw. Queen a2, king c1, queen a3. And I can't really go king g2 because rook g8 will pick up material.
Yeah, that doesn't look ideal.
Okay, so can I improve on this? I probably can, but how? There's g6 here. I was wondering if this is strong, but it feels a little bit slow.
I don't know, the whole line looks sort of lost to me for black, but I'm not.
It does, but I
sharp
can't.
enough
Yeah,
to-
it does, but I
tell
can't
you
refute
what.
it for now. So, yeah. What else? What else is there for Luke? If he just does, if he doesn't play g5, what does he play? Knight d7 maybe. But knight d7 probably just loses, right? Knight d7, I do get your very simple plan in. Rook a1 followed by knight a5, knight
Yeah,
b7,
that's material.
bishop a6, and bishop c8, and black resigns. So knight d7 is not a move at all. If you castle, you're kind of inviting horrible, horrible trouble. But I mean, maybe this is how he wants to play. Just ignore the queen side for now and do this finish development and then start doing something. But it also looks wrong, even if I just pick up material everywhere, both on the king side and the queen side.
Yeah. No, to my mind, but yeah, maybe it just doesn't work. This exchange sacrifice still looks like the only thing.
Yeah, let's go.
you
Let's go there again. Bishop
could be
c5
doing, but maybe it's
takes,
just losing.
takes, rook c5, bc5. You need to castle, I guess, yeah, because you need to.
Yeah, this is less than ideal.
Yeah. But after black castles here, you get the feeling that if white simply wants to take stuff under control, he can even go queen g4. Force the
not
queen,
enough, you're right.
force the queen away, go e5, f4, bring the rook
Yeah.
to a3, and say, okay, I'm an exchange up. Why are you so happy here?
Yeah. No,
Okay,
I
let's
think you're right.
yeah,
Doesn't
let's
work.
wait. Let's wait for Lucas' decision because I'm slightly baffled by this.
His problem is though he's been thinking here, and if you don't blitz out a move here, meaning like you've checked this, then you might just be in big trouble. I think he's tried to confuse Fabiano, but it didn't work.
Not particularly, at least not to our eyes. Let's look at Magnus's position.
Let's go there. Speaking of didn't work, Wesley So's opening didn't work out. He's now switched to my bailout plan, but a little later.
Yeah, you had a much better version of it, I think.
Yes.
And I very much like a5
Five.
here.
Stopping b4 was the
Yeah.
point.
Well, the rook on b1 is now completely stuck because you can't play b4. You can also can't play b3 because a3 is constantly hanging. And this knight on d3 is, well, it's there to stay for now. Black also has a very unpleasant play, I think, a plan of b5, b4, just starting, to advance on the queen side. Yeah, I'd be, against Magnus with white in this position, you feel like...
Resigning.
Not like resigning, it's premature even for me, but yeah, you don't feel happy at all. Bishop c6, king c6, king g2, king f3, king
You
e4.
play a4, like I'm not thrilled, but...
Bishop c5.
Yeah, that's
You
just
are,
bad.
yeah, you're really, really not thrilled about this.
So what are you taking?
King g2, king f3, or king f1, king e2, I don't know, choose one. King f1, king e2 probably. Yeah, I mean, it's not horrible yet, but...
b5, king e2.
b5, king e2, before I will take go knight e4. Maybe it's not that bad yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
Followed by b3, and if black plays b3, we go knight g2, and we do have counterplay here. Yeah, probably just go for this and hope black has no immediate strengthening plan stronger than b5, b4.
Yep.
Hoyfanman,
She played king h2.
she played king.
Strange move.
Yeah, not an obvious move to settle on, but I guess she doesn't want to open the h file.
What does black do? Do you even react? Like,
Well, we could continue passing somehow. I'm not sure what is the most useful pass here for black. Or we could maybe takes bishop f5. No, bishop f5, knight g4. I don't like this anymore. Yeah, sorry. That was a strange idea. c5 allows knight f4, knight g5, or knight c3, knight g5, knight e4, all of those plans. And black looks comfortable, but I'm not sure what his actual plan is. Maybe h4, rook h5, but we've opened up the g file, which white might try to use. So maybe gf3 is a bit early.
Yeah, I'm not sure if one has to touch the structure, but it's not so easy to suggest a useful move. c5, I believe we still don't want.
No, knight c3, yeah, knight c3 is a very strong reaction to it, I think.
And maybe just some weird slow Berlin plan like this, but not sure how excited I am about this.
Not particularly, but it's very hard to get properly worked up about the Berlin endgame.
Yeah, and also for white it's very hard to do anything now after king h2. You can't take because this is check. You can't take like this because this is pin.
Yeah, you're ruining your own structure. And,
you can't really go here because you allow h4 check, I would guess, so it's very kind of hard to resolve this.
Yeah. Wesley did go for the plan we described, so it seems like he understands correctly what he needs to do here, and probably his position is nowhere near as bad as we thought originally. Because
no, that's true. Maybe we overreacted just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I thought black's play on the queen side was faster.
Yeah. Much ado about nothing. Wesley's gonna hold and it's gonna be a draw. I'm willing to change my opinion in 2 moves again. Luke played d5, no surprise, but he might surprise us with his idea against bishop c5 or knight c5. Not sure what it consists of. Juanito is still in deep thought against Shach Mamedyarov. Do people call him Shach or Shak? I'm always confused.
Shach,
yeah?
Shach, yeah.
Which means chess in my lovely native tongue. So it's a good name to be a chess player. Speaking of chess, in the chess I'm being asked if I play tournament chess. Not much, but I used to play a bit of tournament chess. I will play the Thailand Open, as mentioned, in April.
Yeah, I had a look. After 23 minutes on knight takes c5, Juanito has already spent half an hour thinking of the reply to bishop h4. And yeah, very, very, well, actually I'm not sure if they're so surprising, because we really didn't like his position already. The developments in Dingler and Ilyanov.
Yeah, the Juanito against Mamedyarov score consists of 2 draws, if my stats are right, which, as we've seen, they don't always have to be. But let's go to Mr. Ilyanov. If he loses this game, not a great Elo boost. How did we get here? Yeah, he's tried to bail out by simplifying, but...
Well, it's not simplifying. He's a full pawn down.
Well, he exchanged some stuff, but
it's a very striking decision, because after bishop g5 he went h6. White did the most obvious, took on f6, played the e3, and by this point Pavel is so unhappy with his position that he just basically liquidates into an endgame where he's a full pawn down.
And it might be a good decision.
Might be a decent decision practically.
This, whatever, this or this, and a knight to c5.
Yeah, it's actually worse. Yeah, it's actually worse than what he's got. The position on the board right now. Let's show the people what they have on the board right now. You do that by double clicking on the thing.
Really?
Yeah. What would you take with? You want to take with the rook, I guess. Yeah, you don't really want to spoil your own structure, because ed4 makes black's life slightly more bearable. But here black has knight g5. I think it works, because if you take on g5, I think I can take on c1. This needs checking though, but I think I can. Knight e7, king h7, one knight is hanging, and if you go king f1, I go rook c7, and I pick up the other one. And if I can go knight g5, then I will probably successfully ruin white's structure on the queen side, making my drawing chances improve significantly. But knight d3, knight c3, rook c3.
Don't I have Zwischenzugs?
I want to go rook a4. Ah no, I'm blundering the fork on e2, right? Yeah, bishop f6 is strong here. Hang on, bishop f6, knight takes d5. Rook c1, knight c1. Ah, there's rook c8 in the end. Let's show the entire line. Bishop d4, 97 check. I kind of stopped here, but it's a bit early to stop here. Rook e8, knight c6, rook c8, and white loses. Okay. So Pavel is trying to bail out by doing this, but yeah, rook knight d5. Yeah, this is also possible, of course. Rook d8, knight f3, I guess, and just play a position where you have an extra pawn. The knight on a4 will support your queen side well enough.
There are strong chances here, however.
Of course, yeah, it's not a completely lost position, but yeah, you take white. I mean, I think it's like a 60-40 proposition between a white win and a draw. I think it's
really
closer.
that high? I thought it was, yeah, still 50-50-ish at best for white. Maybe not. We haven't seen much of the battle of the former prodigies. I'm not sure if that's very accurate. But knight c5 on the board in the Kayaking Giri game, which is here.
Yeah, that's the one. And yeah, they went for the line we described. And after knight h4, Anish went rook e8, very, useful, improving move. e3, as you said, queen c5. Oh, sorry, knight c5. And yeah, white needs to pay attention here, because if the pawn lands on e4 and doesn't die immediately, black gets a lot of counterplay.
Well, the first move you think about is d4 here, but...
Do you?
Well, I would. But I'm not sure. First of all,
93 is killing, I think. It's you're kind of suddenly in dire trouble with white, which is why I was so surprised. Followed by e4, and you will have a very hard time smoking it out. No, d4 I think kind of ruins your position immediately, but I don't know. Queen e2, even d5, d4 might be a half decent idea, but both d4 and d4 make a lot of sense, as do waiting moves. But you need to calculate the forcing line first. Let's say e4. You probably need to take, because I mean, what else do you do? And I'm not sure. Let's say knight f.
Knight e4, you go d.
Yeah, that would be my point. Yeah, followed by queen e7, and then planting something on d3. Well, not something. This c5 knight wants to be on d3, but I'm not sure it's. I think it would be quite decent for white, to be honest. Yeah, if we're guessing about the b3 pawn, but it's not that relevant to the assessment of the position, I think. What else does black have after queen e2? You can also go for a slower plan of some kind, like knight e6 might be a move.
Yeah, but
as mentioned, d4 might be a move, but d4, knight c4, you feel like you're misplaying it somewhat.
Too soon. Does the queen have to go to e2? Yeah, probably. Yeah. It's a weird position, but if I do something like this, this is a problem, I guess.
Yeah. No, I think it's either queen e2 or queen e2, but that may be. I might be wrong about this. There's also queen b6, but rook b1 deals with it. Queen b6, queen a6 though. But I am trying to blunder the d5 pawn though, because g5 bishop takes d5 will be an issue in all of these positions. If not for that, I would quite like this maneuver. I think it's a very decent idea in general, but black is not in time.
Yeah, very complex situation strategically. In the meantime, Magnus Carlsen has exchanged some pieces, didn't really have anything better. Bishop c5, followed by bishop takes e3, knight c5, rook c1, and the situation now looks reasonably balanced. White has solved his problems to get this rook into the game. Rook d3,
yeah, I wouldn't be horribly surprised if the game went rook d3, king e2, rook d4, king e3. I have to say, yeah, because in the current position, if you could go rook c4, but after rook d1, I'm not sure you're all that happy having avoided the repetition. And rook d3 has been played, and if after king e2 he goes rook d4, it might signal this.
Let's go home.
Yeah, As we mentioned, I mean, the tournament situation is so comfortable for Magnus that a draw against one of the strongest players in the world with black will definitely not feel like a particularly bad deal. And he also mentioned in his interview, almost said against Fiona Style Anthony yesterday, his energy levels by his standards are probably not as high as he would want. So
faces Ding in the last round, so not an easy opponent, but I guess
he's
white.
He's white, so it's not a huge deal. Even if Fabiano wins today, there will be let's say Fabiano wins today and Magnus's game is drawn. Fabiano is within half a point of Magnus, but Fabiano is black against who is Fabiano black against?
I can't find that out.
Tomaszewski. Yeah, I've already looked it up. Fabiano is playing the professor with black tomorrow, and you have a feeling Evgeny is not going to be pushing very hard. He will play something very solid, most likely. And Fabiano needs to go for a win because Magnus is white against Dingley-Ren, and Magnus really doesn't lose too many white games where he doesn't need to play all out for a win.
A grandmaster called Fat Ups is pointing out in the chat. I'm not sure who Fat Ups is. Is that like sit-ups?
I have no idea, but yeah, the point he's making is absolutely correct. With the queen on a6, after g5 there will be knight fe4, but if white is alert enough to play g5 immediately here, black will dislike it quite seriously. Yeah, queen a6, g5. Here knight fe4 is, it's been pointed out to us absolutely correctly, thanks for that, is a very strong move. But g5 here is I think a problem for black. Knight h7, you maybe not lose on the spot, but even let's say if white goes for a pawn sacrifice like this, h4, knight takes b3, just takes, rook a b1. I'd be very worried with black, because if your center starts falling, and it looks like it might start falling any moment now, or maybe rook fb1 is even stronger not to allow queen a2. Rook fb1 just sort of, I think it wins on the spot, because bishop takes e5 is such a huge threat that you have to play queen a4, and then bishop takes d5. No, h4 is hanging though. Yeah, maybe I'm once again overselling my case here.
Anyway, it all looks a little shaky for black. This queen b6 I have a hard time believing. Feels like you gotta go for e4 and get some squares. We'll see though. Navarro's played a standard plan in these positions h3 and g4, gaining some space so the bishop can stay on the diagonal.
Yeah, it's not a prelude to the kingside attack. It's more creating a g3 square for the bishop so that it cannot be driven away from exerting pressure against the black center. It's a very, very standard setup here for white.
Yeah, I like white's position as mentioned before, and Tomaszewski also taking time, which means he's not.
But he's not really been playing particularly well in this tournament. Not to his standard. That's for certain. He's a very, very strong player, and yeah, it feels like once again. It's not very comfortable for him. He seems not to be enjoying himself particularly.
And as has been mentioned, my score is not correct. Navarro recently beat Tomaszewski in a Bundesliga game. I'm not sure. I don't know Tomaszewski. Well, the storyline seems a bit like he's had a fantastic first half year of 2015 where he crushed the Grand Prix, almost qualified directly for the candidates, then won the Russian Championship, got his rating to, I don't know, 2760-ish levels. And then he fell off a cliff a little bit in the second half.
Yeah, I've spoken to him about this during the Qatar Masters, and he felt he was... I've actually been in that boat in my career. He started getting invitations, and it's very, very hard when you actually start getting invited to very interesting events to say no. And this led to him playing an incredible marathon in the later part of the year. He played... the European clubs. He played Berlin Rapid and Blitz World Championships. He played for Russia in Reykjavik, doing quite well, winning some very important games, holding some very important games. A tournament we finally won, a team event Russia finally won after many years. And then he went to Qatar, where he's had a bit of a mare, losing a number of games, losing with white in the last round to fall out of, didn't finish in the money, so to speak. And as preparation for white, he also went to No, hang on, that wasn't him. No, that was basically it. And yeah, he did feel like schedule is punishing him a little bit, but I do know this feeling of it being, you feel it's impossible to say no to some of these tournaments because they're very, very interesting, and you feel you need to play chess when you have a choice to play chess. But maybe in his case it made some sense at some point to stop and recharge.
Yeah, there's also always the case. It looks like he's doing very serious work on his openings and on his chess, but then he's shown his ideas in the tournament where he had good results, and then he was playing non-stop, so it's hard to recharge the opening stock as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, that happens to the best of them. Karjakin chose a different square. For his queen, he went to b1, keeping an eye on the b3 pawn as well. We'll see how that game develops. What else we got? Juanito is still thinking. Who you fun?
Yeah,
Mickey played this plan.
Yeah, Mickey follows your advice sagely, or follows your sage advice. I don't know which one is better.
It's both fine with me.
Yeah, Juanito went rook f1 after about 35 minutes of thought. So he is now down to 39 minutes or thereabouts for the remaining 20 moves, and the position is still incredibly complex. So yeah, we're in for some fun, I think, here.
I think we're in for our first break, and we're gonna recharge our batteries just like Yevgeny Tomaszewski should do after this tournament. Then we're gonna be back in a couple months. See you then.
Month?
I thought he would need some time off. Welcome back to part number 2 of round number 12 of the, I don't know which... 78th Tata Steel Masters, where the champion of the universe, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, has ended his game with a result he won't mind very much. Black against Wesley, so draw.
Yeah, as expected, the position has dried up sufficiently for Magnus to realize there are no winning chances left, and it suits him perfectly fine considering the tournament situation and the pairings for the last round. He is playing one of the more dangerous players in the tournament in the last round, but with the white pieces, and he will be at least half a point ahead of Fabiano Caruana going in. So a comfortable situation for him also. He is on the record saying he doesn't particularly like early rounds. Tomorrow's round is not very early, it's at noon compared to the usual 1:30, but still having a bit of a rest day today, which I think is a fair way to describe his game, is not a bad thing.
No, he won't mind very much. Fabiano Caruana still has to catch him, and Luke van Wely has gone down the line we were talking about. And d5, bishop c5, he did not dare to go for any insanity.
Yeah, g takes e4, according at least to the machines we checked very briefly in the break, was the way to go here. White was still better, I'm pretty sure, but at least there it was a mess. After the move Luki made, I think I will sort of go on the record saying that his position must be close to lost. I really don't like queen d7, so...
Doesn't look like fun. How do you punish it?
Just go e5, put queen d7 on the board. I mean, he's also allowed e5 now. The knight has to go to g8 or somewhere. Just, I don't know, play f4. Put the queen on c4. I mean, white is better on every flank. It's yeah, I mean, there are no words. It's a complete disaster.
Yeah, opening disaster for Luke van Wely, which frankly you could see coming. He's playing an old line that has a shady reputation. He tried to surprise Fabiano Caruana with his move bishop e7, but Caruana just reacted, playing logical moves, and got a winning position.
Yeah.
Not a good day at the office.
Yeah, really, really weird choice by Luki. And queen d7. I'm also very surprised by queen d7 because you don't really want to play d5 takes e4 instead. You understand it's incredibly risky. You might be losing by force.
Normally that doesn't concern him.
But let's say yesterday he found himself in a lot of trouble against David Navarra, and he spotted an opportunity to sacrifice a queen and jumped at it correctly, and at some point had even maybe chances to assume the initiative. And today, instead of playing d4 and saying, okay, show me your worst, I don't see how I lose, and this is the only way I make this game even remotely complicated, he goes for queen d7, after which, I mean, he must understand how this looks after e5. He's been playing the Neither for many years. There's absolutely no question that he knows this position is bad. And it's sort of unlike him to give up on any hope of counterplay like that. Maybe he also is a bit tired. I mean, it is. We keep on referring to it, but it's true. It's a very long and tiring tournament, which weighs on you.
Speaking of weighs on you, Wei Yi has played Rook f1 after long time out against
I think somewhere between 35 and 40 minutes. For my own curiosity, yeah. Actually, I was wrong about that. 44 minutes he's taken on Rook f1. Schach played a5, which is, I would look maybe for something more forcing, but this is also a very, very decent move. The bishop wants to go to a6 in many positions. Also a5, a4 ideas might become relevant in some positions somewhere.
It's a nice move on general terms, but you want to make something.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised he didn't really go for something more forcing. I'm not sure what though.
Let me just check what Mr. Computer thinks about this. Nah, it doesn't have a high opinion. f4 just knight f4. That was a point of Juanito's Rook f1.
Yeah, Rook f1 is a very nice stabilizing move. I like it. I like it quite a bit. I'm not critical. I'm slightly surprised Shahryar went for. Well, it's a stabilizing move. It's a move with an idea, obviously, but still, it's a bit slow.
Computer gives queen e8, hitting this pawn immediately. But let's see what's going on. in the game. A5 on the board, F3, and
Yeah, it does feel like black will now be obliged to go knight G3. White will take, play something like F4, I guess, because allowing F5, F4 would be strange. And I mean, black's position is very, very solid. Just play, I don't know, bishop E6, bring the other one back to E7. Breaking this down will be very, very hard. But on the other hand, white can now improve his position absolutely risk-free forever. I think. Bishop D4, Bishop A4, perhaps open the queen side at some point by playing A2, A3, as Jan is illustrating precisely. Nice little advantage for white. Not a lot, but a very pleasant situation to find yourself in if you're Juanito here.
yeah. His compatriot, Dingliren, is a healthy pawn up against Pavel Elyanov, but converting it to a victory is not gonna be an easy task.
No.
Black still has a healthy structure. This dude is a little weak. I don't know. Yeah, we've discussed earlier the winning chances versus drawing chances. I don't know, somewhere between 50-50, 60-40.
Yeah, you felt my 60-40 was generous to white, and maybe you were right, but yeah, I still feel that, you know, for black the issue here is that there is no way you can equalize here. You sort of hang on grimly, solving issues which are put in front of you on every move, but there is absolutely no way, you know, barring a pawn blunder somewhere from white, there's no way you can actually equalize. And it's, you know, it's a long, unpleasant day at the office holding this position and, you know, trying to prevent white from improving. Because, for instance, if white is somehow in time to go knight e5 and drive the rook away from c4, and then he will start, you know, expanding on the queen side. Or if he finds a good opportunity to go b3 and knight a4 and starts favorably trading along the c file, it might go very badly, very fast for black. So, yeah. We'll see if Pavel survives this, but a bit of an opening disaster for him because, well, it didn't look that bad, and then suddenly it did. Let's put it like this.
Yeah. Let's check in with the highest rated matchup after Carlsen. I think that's probably true. Not sure. Kayakin against Giri of the day. With a tough position, at least for me to understand. Queen b1 has been played and Giri went for the very committal but maybe very good, what do we know, d4, forcing the issue.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is always an option for black, and after queen b1 perhaps there was no good way for black to play for the e4 break. So he switched to the other plan, and yeah, this is the position they have on the board. Oh yeah, okay, let's start from here. b4 is an interesting choice. I mean, there are other moves available, but on the one hand, he's assuming some space. The pawn on b7 might become weak in some variations, but also he is driving the c5 knight towards the squares it wants to occupy. So knight e6, Sergei has already taken on a8 and played knight c4. All, you know, very logical, but seems like black shouldn't be doing that badly here. Bishop goes to c7. You probably start gaining space on the queen side by playing something like b5, b6. So yeah, there could be other options available to black after knight c4.
Strange position, but I don't know.
With the
strategically, white is almost winning,
yeah,
but his king.
Yeah, with the pawn on g3, you'd be extremely happy here with white. You would feel that you've achieved a great deal, and you are, as Jan said, well, winning maybe is an overstatement, but you're definitely much better. But with the pawn on g4, there's always counterplay for black. Yeah.
Let's see what Giri does. Kayakin spent more time. He's down to 27 minutes, but no serious time travel. 27 minutes plus increment for 18 moves. I'm sure we've mentioned this before. The players get 30 seconds extra from move 1, so you can never get into too desperate time trouble. Then there is a time control after move 40, they get an extra hour, and another time control after move 60, where they get another 15 minutes, plus the 30 seconds per move. So games can take a while in this tournament.
Yes, definitely. And, well, developments in
What's going on here?
Yeah. This is very curious. It was a very quiet positional game when we left it somewhere around here, and in this position David went for Not the most obvious of moves, but connected with a very concrete idea. He went queen a5 here.
Very committal positionally, so you better think about this deeply.
I think it more or less forces, to my eyes, the position they got. Now d6 pawn is hanging. If you play e5 here, well, first of all, even something like bishop g3 or somewhere is unpleasant.
Very ugly positionally. I don't know if.
Yeah, but also maybe knight takes e5 is strong. d5, bishop b7, ef4, bishop a8, rook a8, rook b7. This might be very strong. Because black is so poorly coordinated. If he has to go rook d8, knight d5, I have a feeling white could be close to winning here.
Yep.
Because if it's not even that black pieces are so poorly placed, but also the a6 pawn. If the a6 pawn falls, it probably should spell the end of the game. So an interesting tactical solution. And Evgeny went knight e8 in reply. And the same tactic applied even here. David went knight e5. Probably forcing black to do what he's done. Knight takes e5, bishop takes b7. Rook a7 is, well, it's a possible move, but even something like, I guess, bishop g2. If you take on b1, I take on b1. The rook on a7 is a horrible piece. And if you take on c4, rook b8 followed by bishop c6 wins the piece. Therefore, I think black is probably forced to go knight takes c4, which is what Evgeny has done. Bishop a8, rook takes a8. And we arrive at the position they have on the board right now. Currently one pawn for the exchange, but both a5 and a3 are very weak. And black has a very, very decent structure in the center, very fluid, mobile structure.
Yeah, white is fact. This is not a stable material advantage at all. He has to find something here.
I think you need to swap a pair of rooks with some urgency. Rook b7, I think king f8 probably. And we go rook db1 and rook b8. That would be my first impression, because this, I think, is a rule which doesn't get mentioned very often, so it bears repeating. When you're the side with the extra exchange, trading a pair of rooks generally is very beneficial with the side, for the side who has the extra material, because when there's only one rook against none on the board, controlling that rook becomes that much harder, especially when there's only one open file left. And your first instinct in positions like this should be to look for a rook trade, because it improves your chances significantly.
Absolument. We are being told the Fabster didn't go for e5, but I would not doubt that his solution is pretty good as well. e5 was just the autopilot move to get an overwhelming position, but maybe this is even stronger. He's gone g5.
Yeah, it's also very, very good. I don't think his position is really spoilable, so to speak. I think whatever he chooses, he will have a very large advantage. But yeah, e5 felt, it is a bit lazy, but it's also, I think, overwhelmingly strong.
Yeah, no, that wasn't meant as critique. I'm just saying g5. We shouldn't say he's blundered.
No,
I think
it's not a mistake, but I just wanted to point out that even if white doesn't go for the direct attack, which is what he opted for here, and just goes for, you know, this total domination, or knight h7, it doesn't really matter where the knight goes. Both look sort of equally horrible after e5. Knight h7, the same f4. Every single white piece is better than its counterpart on the board. This generally is a very good indication that this will go badly. Yeah,
but after g5, things are also not all.
No, I don't think we need to analyze it too deeply, to be honest, because the assessment of this position will not change. The bishop on c5 is a huge piece, controlling the queen side, making sure that there's no counterplay on the king side. The king on b2 is safer than the king on e8. White also, after driving the knight from f6, even e takes d5 becomes, I think, a very horrible threat. Yeah, this loses on the spot. Bishop takes d5 loses the a6 pawn.
Minimum.
Yeah. No, but you pick this up, and after rook a8, you might even sort of switch to full-on positional mode by playing bishop c4 or something.
Everything looks winning, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, it is not at all a bad choice by Fabiano, far from it, but still, e5 feels like, once you play e5, nothing will ever go wrong in this game anymore, to be honest. To my eyes, it felt like conversion can be sort of done with your hands without engaging the brain very much. But
that sounds good to me.
yeah, G5 is a more concrete solution, and we'll see. I think you should play knight H5 because I mean going backwards looks horrible.
Doesn't help.
And if you include HG, you probably could lose by force because if you do the same, even Bishop G4 is a huge big problem now. Apart, and G5 actually wins material because there's there's queen takes G5. Yeah, very good point. So Luke is in trouble.
Yep. We don't know if Hou Yifan is in trouble or Mickey Adams or neither.
Yeah, my money is probably on neither, but let's see how they got here.
Now C5, now that black is sort of ready to meet this invasion.
Yeah, this is also all very logical. Rook takes D8, and you can take with both, because if you take with the bishop, C5 is not currently handing because F3 is more important. But after F3, F4, you will have to start paying attention to the C5 pawn. So I would probably take with the knight, with the king. And if F4, probably go King D7, E6. One variation you need to calculate is King D7, F5.
Feels
Sorry,
loose,
after Rook H5, it seems to me like black should be doing quite well. Rook G8 here, Rook G8, Rook E5 is fine for black, I think. Although, yeah, I missed Rook E7 check there, but probably still fine after something like King D6. Wouldn't be at all surprised if black was doing quite well here, because the king
can be better here easily.
Yeah, with such a horrible king on H2, yeah, you can easily find yourself suddenly in trouble. The F pawn is not really going anywhere.
So Mickey's alright, and probably Hou Yifan should play more defensively. I don't know, maybe check a knight E5 if that works, stuff like that.
Yeah, that is an option. But after that, it probably should be very close to equality, I guess.
Well, this immediately, if you're feeling fancy.
No, I don't think you should do that, because that allows the king to get to E6. You should give a check first. Yeah, you shouldn't be allowing this. I'm not even sure if it's C8 or E8, to be honest. Well, King E8, knight G5, takes, Rook H5 is currently interesting me a little bit. The point is Bishop C5, C6, of course. I also threaten C6 to pick up the E5 pawn, and if you go F4, I want to go F6. I think it might actually win this central pawn. I don't really see any way to protect it. White probably survives this because she's left with a much better structure. But yeah, if E5, Rook D5 back or something. You have the Rook D5 back move.
What do you want to do? I want Rook E5, Bishop F4,
but you lose the A4 pawn. Yeah. So yeah, with the king somewhat more centralized than on H2, I think you would be feeling slightly more optimistic about it. But with the king so far away from action, you probably actually need to start doing.
Yeah, so bad. Yeah, that's
King G2, Rook D3, maybe and King F3 here. Yeah. I'm not sure because I'm not sure we want to force black to play C3, C4. Rook B3 becomes an idea otherwise. But anyway, let's just discuss it structurally. Rook D2, so that we don't have to distract ourselves with Rook B3. Takes on King F3. No, I don't think it's bad, but I mean you're also not better, I guess. With
no, obviously not. We're a pawn down, but I thought White doesn't have that much to worry about here.
No, you don't lose these positions very often, I think, with White, with the pawn on H4 being a constant target. But yeah, Black obviously solved all of his problems and is never really under any particular threat.
And in the Wei Yi Mamedyarov game, the game develops along the lines that were expected. White slightly better, but long day at the office ahead.
Most likely, and Anish chose an interesting move. Not the move I expected him to pick. Yeah, he took on before, allowing bishop takes d4, which has to be the critical choice, I think.
First of all, dumb questions. Why not grab this pawn?
Because I don't want to let this bishop leave. But maybe I can and maybe I should, I don't know. Something like bishop c5 here, putting pressure on the e3 pawn. I would like those bishops off the board to feel safer about my center and king side. You kind of need to take with the pawn, I think, here. I don't see any other sensible moves. Queen takes b4, g3, and even f takes e3. And yes, your king side as white feels slightly weak, but b7 is very weak.
I'm not worried. My pieces are good. The knight can jump here.
Yeah, g4, knight e5 will cover all of our weak squares on the king side quite comfortably. I actually quite like this for white. I'm not sure if you can win this, but you definitely will be pushing. Yeah, I think Sergei will be very happy by this development. I think after knight c4, something like queen b8 may have been a wiser choice. Intending maybe b7, b5, and more importantly, keeping this bishop on b2 under lock and key. And you have bishop takes b7 here, but queen b7 is apparently a draw. I checked this during one of the lulls in the action. Knight takes g4. This is seemingly a perpetual, at least for black. Maybe at most as well, but it is a perpetual. So he goes knight takes e5 though. He doesn't go bishop takes d4. It's curious that he doesn't go bishop takes d4. I don't really understand that. I would like those bishops off. I guess after bishop c5 maybe he wants to go something like e4.
Yeah,
knight
I thought about this.
Knight f4, knight f3. Knight f4, knight f3, and the pawn on g4 can be weak, but on the other hand you are allowing some weaknesses in your camp as well. Knight e2, c3 becomes a theme, maybe not in this immediate position, but in some positions. Queen a6 maybe forces you to play rook d1, which is an awkward move, and then knight e2, c3 actually becomes very much a theme.
Yeah, it's more double-edged.
Yeah, I'm not sure, maybe, yeah, I'm not sure.
Do you have to go e4?
No, you don't have to, but if you, otherwise you need to spend the tempo defending e3, and it might be an important tempo.
Yeah, still messy. I expect plenty developments here. When we're approaching time travel so far, Giri still has a lot of time.
But still, the position of the bishop takes d4 was so attractive. Why didn't he do that?
Yeah.
Black probably shouldn't take on e3 so willingly. Some move like queen d8 or rook d8 here, something like that. Putting some pressure on the d3 pawn might be sensible, but
maybe he felt he has more winning chances in the other line. We don't know. He has a great score against Anish Giri, so possibly he just wants to keep as many pieces as possible. But I'm with you, it looks much more double-edged.
yeah, it gives Black a much, I think, better hope of creating some uncertainty.
Who without Dini is not as good as being said. That's very witty. I might throw that in there. Maybe not. She scored kin. That is great. Can't follow. What else do we have? We have David Navarra playing rook b7 as expected.
As expected, and also I think very likely to be followed by rook db1 and rook b8 because.
Yeah, black should go king f8 because this is just encouraging white to do bad things to him.
Yeah, driving pieces to correct squares is never. I mean, knight takes a5 is a tempo here, but after rook d7, your pawns will start to drop, I think. And yeah, this is not ideal. I think king f8 is a more sensible choice, but still after rook db1, let's say knight takes. Although maybe I can try and collect everything on the a file. After rook db1, can I go knight takes a3, not a5? If you go rook, if you go rook b8, I will. No,
knight b1.
Yeah, knight b1 wins. Yeah, so let's say rook 1 somewhere. Yeah, like rook b3, knight c4. Because if white has no more pawns on the queen side, black shouldn't really lose. I think 6 against 4. Yes, he will be slightly passive, but to begin with. But still, you feel like you should be holding this position with black. I think like knight c4, rook takes a6. I don't know, g5, d5. Start expanding and yeah. Even 5 against 4, you feel you have decent chances to hold. And 6 against 4, you know, if they start rolling, black might even start entertaining thoughts of an advantage.
So let's see if there's something cleverer that we can do. Maybe not though.
Well, knight a5 is a very concrete next move for black.
It is.
I don't know, maybe you can go like e4, knight a5 and return the rook somewhere.
That's what I was wondering, was also thinking about knight a4, but I'm not getting anywhere.
Yeah, the rook will...
Specific.
Yeah, if you... Okay, knight a4, knight a5 and rook d7. Can we do this?
Yeah, I was wondering about that, or even knight b6 first.
I like knight b6. Why weren't you happy about this?
I'm never all that happy.
That is a very fair assessment, actually. Now rook d8, rook a7 is...
Yeah, this looks bad, so I thought you have to take
Knight
and-
b7, knight a8. Yeah, we... Okay, and we can
Anton
wrap this up
survived.
because Evgeny goes bishop d8. This is interesting. What is his plan against knight e4?
First, let me ask the dumb questions.
You're losing a piece. That's a... That's not...
fairly dumb question. Why can't I count?
Yeah, I don't know.
Then, slightly less dumb question.
Maybe he wants to go e5 or something. Or maybe rook... Maybe he can take on a5 with the bishop, and if you take on d6 there's a pin? Is this true? I don't know. Take once and go rook d8.
Then I have rook b8.
Ah, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I missed that. And if you go rook d8 first, even knight takes c4 might be very unpleasant. No,
Here
there's
it
rook,
feels like-
there's rook d4. And knight c4, rook d1, king g2, and I think you need to go rook d4 immediately, but it's fine.
Is it?
Ish. Fine. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Pretty doke.
Pretty sure it's fine. So, curious.
So this.
Rook c1 is another move you can consider here.
Yeah. I'd be worried once again to run out of pawns a little.
Or maybe d5, because I would much rather keep my keep my pawns connected. But here, I mean, it's slightly awkward for black, like e4 in some version, maybe even immediately to try and open the position open it up as much as possible.
No, still.
Yeah, this
Not
feels
easy.
this feels slightly looser than what we were discussing. Maybe he wants to go e5 after knight e4. Is that at all possible? But it's an ugly move.
I just dislike it because it's so ugly. Even if
Yeah,
I go back, but
bishop c1, bishop a5. Yeah, but why would you do this to your structure? Everything seems like
it's hard to move anything.
f4 becomes an issue. Yeah, and also you're not really challenging any of white's pieces. Yeah, I don't like this very much. I'm curious why he didn't go bishop f8, king f8. It looked to me like king f8 was a logical follow-up to what he was doing, unless we're missing
Let's
something.
ask what the all-seeing eye is saying now. It says king f8, égalité, not that scared about it. And bishop d8, knight e4. He's happy for white, so yeah. You were right, bishop d8. Blunder. Well, blunder is strong. Mistake. Inaccuracy.
Yes, inaccuracy, I think, is a fair description. Yeah, I think it continues a general trend. I have the greatest respect for Evgeny as a chess player, but he's not had a nice first outing. And by round 12, your instincts are somewhat dulled when you're not playing well in Vike. And yeah, he is making decisions, I think, which are unlike him.
Yeah. No.
He is a very compact player, and actually, leaving the d6 pawn hanging here is just a very weird decision. King f8 keeps everything bunched together. In a position like he has, you really want your pieces to be working as closely together as possible.
No hanging pieces.
Yeah.
LPDO. Loose pieces drop off.
Okay.
And yeah, as I said, I'm an opening nerd, and I'm very, very surprised by his move d6, because he didn't follow it up with any grand idea that justifies it, and I think that's just tiredness and his hand mixed up the moves, else I can't explain it. And even though this position is equal, he's had to take some tough decisions earlier, and he's been under pressure. Navarra forced the issue with queen a5. Maybe he didn't have to.
Didn't particularly need to, but yeah, it's an interesting decision which makes black solve concrete problems. Okay, let's have a look at something else for a second.
Our boy Ding got your plan in b3, knight a4. Planning some jumps left or
Well,
right or center.
also rook c6, rook dc1, rook a6, trying to play against the a pawn. It's yeah. Pavel goes rook b5. I think mainly preventing the rook c6 move by creating a threat of knight b4. Well, or at least an idea of knight b4. Maybe you shouldn't be calling it a threat.
Do you know Ding? Have you interacted with him? He speaks a bit of English, right?
Well, I played against him a little bit, and yeah, I don't know any of the Chinese players particularly well, but I mean, I've had much more interaction with somebody like Busanji than this recent crop, because I'm a dinosaur and they're very young. But Well, he seems a perfectly likable kid from what I've seen. I can't say anything else, but I haven't really spoken to him properly at all.
Me neither, but yeah. I always liked him. Seems very low-key, humble dude.
Yeah. The weirdest interaction with the Chinese, modern Chinese crop was, I think I told this story once. I played a game against Liu Shanglei in this Russia-China Scheveningen in July. And he played this bishop e7 Botvinnik against me, and I mixed some moves up in the opening and was lucky to find an immediate perpetual because my position was not really particularly nice, and I felt I should bail out because he was blitzing his moves out. And after the game, he indicated to me that he would like to analyze with me, and I said, of course, sure. But Liu Shanglei actually doesn't speak a word of English. And so we went outside, found the board, sat down at the board, and for the next 10 minutes, I just sat there completely speechless and also not being able to contribute to anything. And he was showing me like the entire modern theory of the bishop e7 Botvinnik at lightning speed. And I sat there thinking, okay, first of all, I can't really tell him anything because we have no common tongue to use. And secondly, he seems to know everything and I know nothing. It was a really weird experience and very beneficial for me because he showed me some stuff which is beyond the official theory, actually. I don't know why he did that, but I was very grateful. Education is always welcome.
Felt like sharing. Yeah, I'm not sure.
What will I do if So draws tomorrow and beats your record? Asks Dan, Northern Boss. As we've established, it's not really my record. Wesley will equal Vasily Ivanchuk's modern record, and there have also been other people who have drawn 12 games in a bike tournament. Yeah, I'm no longer mentioning the record. I'm ashamed I've ever done that.
No, it's okay. Like, it was a flat-out lie and attempt to, I don't know, increase your street cred in the chicken drawmeister community, where I'm the honorary president. So we saw right through it, like bragging about 11 draws in 13 games. Come on, it's 2 decisive games. It's pretty ridiculous. In my first German championship, under 12 years old, I drew 10 out of 11 games. Like
that has to be, I mean, that I'm very impressed by, I have to say, because in junior tournaments, I tended to,
I think I lied. I think it was 9 out of 11 games. But I still won the
You
title.
can't trust anything anything at all we say on this show. I think this is fairly well established by now.
I did win the next year, though. It's probably also a lie. But I was very starstruck by all the other kids. Fabian Caruana is not starstruck by Luke van Vele, who's being insulted in the chat by people who are probably slightly lower rated than him, calling him a horrible player. Not so easy to be black against Fabiano. And I believe the Dutch are doing a great job inviting local players, and Luke has been the Dutch #1 for many, many years. Not having a terrible tournament. What does he have, -1 or -2?
I think he's currently on -1, and once again, we probably should not fall into the trap of paying too much attention to people.
No, I like to make fun of Lukey, but most of it is in good spirits, and I really do have the highest respects for him as a chess player. So I don't want this to be.
No. I mean, we're falling into a trap of paying too much attention to haters in the chat.
No, that's not my point. I'm just saying Luke is pretty good, but this game he is gonna lose.
This game, if he doesn't lose this, it will be extremely surprising. Even though I think Fabiano went for perhaps not the most forcing of winning continuations, he is still a heavy favorite to convert this because I mean he is still dominant all over the board, and there's probably no good defense against he takes d5, and Black already has to take some material losses. There will be a lot of material exchange, though. Let's say if you go knight f8 here, which is the only move that makes sense, to be honest, you need to include this guy in the game. E d5, bishop d5. White can take on d5 with the queen, but then, after takes, knight takes, rook d5, or bishop e7 and rook d5. But I probably like this better because knight b6 would be a decent move there. But yeah, the difference in king activity is such that you probably feel White should win this, yeah?
Still, if I'm black here, I might be happy getting this position. I might be lost, but it feels like not that much material.
Yeah, sure. I mean, compared to what could have happened to you in this game, after queen d7, this feels like you got off incredibly cheaply, even though you probably will still lose. which is a sad indictment of the state Black's position is in.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do though? It's knight on h7. It's pathetic.
Well,
you gotta parry the threat.
Yeah, I mean, if you need to waste another tempo on avoiding e5, queen takes d5 by, I don't know, playing rook c7 or something, your position will probably collapse. And g6 becomes an idea.
That's gonna happen.
Yeah, there's no way you can spend any more time on this here. You need to start bringing your pieces back. So yeah, not a good position. Also, Fabiano is, let's put it mildly, very decent in positions like this. He's
very precise.
Yeah, and Hoifine versus Mickey Adams follows what we've described, and I expect king d7. And actually, in the line we've shown, after f5, rook h5, f6 runs into rook takes e5 immediately. So f6 is just completely, bishop f4, bishop f6, and black is...
Oh, that's cute. Let's put that.
Yeah, well, rook d1 check actually does not lose there, but black is still better. Rook d1, king e6 takes king g1, and black has a wide choice. I mean, bishop c3, bishop a4 is quite promising. Other moves as well. So after king d7, I thought maybe white should go for f4, king d7, maybe f5, rook h5, rook f1. But bishop g5 is annoying.
Whole position looks a bit like
the problem is knight
fool's gold in the Berlin. Sometimes you have this, but the pawns are too weak.
And the knight on c3 is just so completely cut off from everything by
distance 4. Bishop knight.
Bishop g5, and if you oh, hang on, bishop c5 is a move here. I kind of blundered the pawn there.
Don't blunder.
As usual. Let's take this back then. Rook f1. What's white's next move is unclear there, because if you move the knight, bishop e4 will be.
How insane is this move?
Not at all. I was waiting for a better moment to play it, but yeah, I think you need to play e6 check, but you're not particularly confident about the opposition.
You probably King e8 shouldn't go here.
Yeah, that would be a slight mistake, but
if we retreat, I wasn't sure what was going on, because if I can get my bishop here, it could do some damage.
Yeah, no, this is a very decent idea from black. Because, as we already pointed out, the white light pieces have absolutely no future. And if you do that, also the rook on f1 will kind of stay on f1 forever, because there are really no squares for it. Because I mean, if the f5 pawn drops, then the e6 pawn drops and your entire position collapses. So
maybe here you can go here, but I'm also not 100% sure.
Even bishop d6 check, you
might still be...
Takes rook f4, yeah. Takes rook f4, and it's probably some kind of a draw. Even rook g5, yeah. It's a weird position. Rook g5, rook f2. And it seems like white is holding on by the skin of her teeth here, because rook h5, you probably need to play rook f4 back, because allowing bishop b4 might be ill-advised. But this looks like a draw somehow.
Yeah, not forced, of course, just throwing
not at all, yeah, but despite...
I don't know, you could calculate bishop e4, it's messy.
Yeah, it's a complicated line, but it's one of the possibilities. It's also maybe possible for Mickey. Let's go back to the position they have on the board right now. You could consider going rook h5 first, or even maybe f6 first. F6 with the idea e6 f5, so that we don't allow this structure.
Yeah, this is just
and we
too many wiki.
Yeah, we're trying to prove that these are weaknesses and not really a passed pawn on e6. f6 drops the c5 pawn though. White probably takes on f6, takes on c5, and tries to prove that if bishop takes c3 is the best you have, white should probably make a draw. Start running, and one runs faster than all of those on the other side, as we all know.
I never heard about that rule. That's very useful knowledge. Yeah, I don't know. This doesn't feel like enough to win somehow, does it?
But f6 is definitely a candidate here, as is rook h5. Once again, trying to stop f5 from happening altogether.
Yeah, I don't think very typical Berlin theme as well.
Yeah, I don't think you're worried about rook g8 check, because it just drives your king closer to squares where it wants to be. King d7, followed by king e6, followed by f6 at some point. But Mickey does go king d7 after a reasonably lengthy thought.
Brazen. He's figured out what he wants after f5, obviously.
Yeah, but after f5, well, what I wanted to say is that you don't actually not play f5 ever, I think, because if you allow king e6, your position starts.
You might be lost position if this happens.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Once the king lands on e6 with the pawn still on f4, there are only problems left for white. Really, no trumps whatsoever, and only issues. And after f5, there might be something stronger than what we've discussed already. Yeah, I was told I is maybe a bit strong, but I'm the one of the two of us, I'm the one in charge of keeping an eye on the C24 live hashtag, and apparently instead of f4 in the Fabiano game, g6 was more or less winning on the spot, but...
Where's that? Sorry.
In the Fabiano game.
d6?
Yeah, we were informed by the Twitterers.
Twitter sphere, you can tweet us using the hashtag C24live.
Instead of f4, apparently g6 was completely crushing, which is unsurprising.
How's the line? F3 et?
I guess just e takes d5. I don't know. I didn't.
Just eat all the stuff on this diagonal?
I don't know. Bishop takes d5. Maybe c4 is just winning, no?
It all looks grim.
c4, bishop c6, queen e2 seems completely lost. And start collecting.
Ooh, yeah.
Start collecting everything. Maybe c4, knight g5. But I mean, it starts looking like things will fall. You know, this is not a position which it looks like black should be lost. Yeah. cd5, queen h2 even.
Even this is unclear.
Yeah, but who does that?
No one. Just trolling.
Yeah, knight g5. I don't know. So queen takes d5 maybe. Many moves. Queen d5 is probably... Yeah, queen takes d5 actually might win a piece.
How's that?
How do you take? If you take with the e, you definitely lose a piece there. Bishop d7, rook d5, bishop e7, rook g5, right?
That looks correct.
Yeah, that is easy to calculate. And if you take on d5 with the queen, with the queen I go c takes d5, and if you take on h3, d6, d7 is kind of game over. And if you take on c5 first after c takes d5, I'll probably take with the knight and go d6, and it looks like it's a queen. Yeah, it just looks like it's a completely lost position. Yeah, takes d6.
Also, this is
yeah, rook h1. Rook h1 is also a decent idea, correct? But d6 is not really spoiling anything here. Yeah, seems like g6 was not really a poor choice, but f4 is not spoiling the game. It's just prolonging it, more likely than not.
Yeah, we still believe Luke is gonna lose, but if he finds knight f8, it's at least not collapsing instantly. Might still get some unpleasant endgame.
Yeah.
What else we got? Mamedyarov is pretending he wants to go g5 to scare Juanito.
I'm not sure he's pretending. I think he's very worried about the fate of his queen side. I think he feels if he plays slower, a3 followed by, well, opening files up on the queen side and picking off his weaknesses might be a huge problem. So he goes for, at least he hints he will have counterplay on the king side. I'm not sure how big of a threat g5 is, but I perfectly understand the reasoning for his choice.
So this game could heat up as well.
Definitely.
And Wei Yi, not terrible time trouble, but he's not been playing fast as usual, down to 21 minutes.
21 for 15, I think, by his standards is reasonable comfort.
Walk in the park.
Yeah. Karakin, Karakin, Giri, yeah, they did go sort of along the lines we've described, and now this is the position on the board. And Anish has just played rook e8, b8, which is an interesting choice, and I would like to know what his... how do you react to queen b5, which is like the move you make instantly in a blitz game? Probably queen a5. Yeah, probably queen a5. I don't know, maybe b5 anyway. Queen a7, bishop a7, but there's forks there, like knight e5 or knight a5. Yeah, it looks like he hasn't really solved all of his problems yet. Maybe he wants to do something else after queen b5, I don't know. I'm pretty sure queen b5 will be played at tempo though, because allowing b5 would be a weird choice for white here.
What's the definition of a tempo? I'm gonna stop the time. Maybe he's not at the board. Maybe it's gonna be played a tempo once Kayakin gets back. Is he a walker or does he sit on the board?
I think he generally is a bit of a walker. Not as much as I am. I mean, I'm never at the board when it's not my move, but yeah, he
What about Anish? No,
stretches
Anish
his-
also likes to walk and like give his rivals' positions a hard look, shaking his head.
Yeah, that's very important. Okay,
Navarra, probably not a walker.
not a huge walker, no. Yeah, I was trying to create...
We're not talking about white walkers.
stealing. I mean, I was.
How could I steal if you haven't said it?
It's in my head there somewhere. You know, it's. Yeah, I'm wondering though what after knight a5. I thought maybe he wanted to sacrifice something on c7 and pick up all these pawns, but I think it equalizes. I think he wants to go rook bv1 simply because after bishop takes d6 here, you go knight b5 followed by knight b3, and a lot of stuff comes off. Yeah, knight bishop c5, knight b3, and yeah, it's very likely that the entire queen side comes off almost immediately after that. So he probably just wants to force the knight to go to a5, which is not a particularly happy square, and just go rook back to b1 in the current position. Just go rook bb1 here. Maybe you actually create a threat of knight takes c5, either immediately or maybe after some more preparation. Because immediately I think there's knight a3 there in the end. Yeah. Let's make some move like king f8, knight c5, dc5, bishop c7, takes rook c5, knight b5 only move. But unfortunately for white, after a3 there's a4, there's knight a3, and the knights connect via. He did take on c7, but isn't this a draw? This is very curious.
Je ne sais pas.
If you take with the knight, knight g5 seems very strong. So
Yeah.
that doesn't look right at all. So he probably takes with the bishop. But how does he make any progress after knight b5? It seems like he no longer believed he was better, maybe, but I don't really understand why. I liked his position.
No, I got nothing.
And also it becomes very, very easy for black to play. The position they have on the board right now is bishop takes d6, but knight b5 is, the easiest move in the world to spot.
Blunder check. No. Nothing there.
Very weird. No, let's go back to knight takes a5 and yeah. Yeah, probably time to do that, because after rook bb1, the machine suggests that black can start expanding by playing c4 and maybe g5 next move.
So it's more of a bailout situation.
Yeah,
What went wrong? Knight e4, bishop c7. The computer doesn't like rook c1 particularly, but yeah, the computer says king g2 for whatever reason, and white is significantly better.
Yeah, that's not an easy move to decide on. It basically means that black can't really improve his position particularly well in this, and it's better for white to improve it. And it's actually counterproductive according to the machine to move your rook from d1. It's positioned on the best square.
So you want this.
Yeah, so the first line changes, but it's always some kind of a passing move here after bishop c7. Rook c1 was not a passing move. It actually relinquished some pressure white had on the black center. Seems like this game will now be a draw. Well, very likely at least.
Can't blame Navarra. He's given us plenty of entertainment throughout the tournament.
Wasn't a criticism, but...
No, I didn't imply that. I'm trying to recall all his good games. I can't though. His game against Carlsen was already interesting in the first round. His game against Geary was very spectacular with the rook sacrifice. His loss against Hu Yifan was the reverse, where he lost because of a rook sacrifice. Then he had this very nice technical game against Caruana. He had the messy game against Luke van Vele. He's been all over the place when it came to spectacular games.
Yeah, David provided us with plenty of entertainment today. Queen b5 has been played in Karyak and Giri as expected.
Let's check the clock though. Not blitzed out.
Yeah, I'm always wrong on all the important subjects. We'll see what Anish comes up with here. His position feels like it's still not entirely equal, but
yeah,
I don't know if you want to allow e3, e4. Would you feel as black that e3, e4 is a threat?
Yeah, if I can't answer with knight f4, and if you get an e4, f4, I'd be very concerned. Like, let's say b6, e4, I think I'm worried.
Yeah,
because this is coming.
Yeah, the bishops could become very prominent if you do nothing at all, but I don't think Anish will do nothing at all. He will go for something which is...
Is this suicidal or clever, or none of the above?
I think closer to suicidal.
Yeah, not so queen a5.
There's also queen b3 95 ideas. Queen b3, b5, 95 might actually be very dangerous for black because there are, forks and tactical ideas you don't really want to allow, probably.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd take white.
Yeah, I think I would as well. And if I were black here, I would very much like to find a good way to force white to play queen a5. I don't know, challenge the queen on b5 somehow, force it to offer the exchange, and then try and hold some endgame. I'm not sure how to begin approaching this, because even here after knight c7 we played queen a5 automatically, but maybe queen b3 is a decent move, because b5 knight e5 looks like it's immediate murder. Everything falls.
Murder.
Red room.
Here's Johnny.
Maybe since things have slowed down somewhat, maybe we could take a brief look at the challengers, because this is heating up a great deal. With 2 rounds to go, Alexei Dreyev and Bhaskar Nadiban are tied for first. And look at Adiban's position today. What is he doing? Yeah, let's start with Dreyev. Dreyev has a very sensible position. Dreyev is I think, the premier Queen C2 Nimzo player in the world.
He does that a lot, yeah.
He has been doing that for ages with great success. Also has lots of new ideas. He was, I think, behind one of the more interesting ideas in this line, many of them. And he is currently a pawn up against Nijat Abbasov, and there's not that many pieces on the board left, so black still has some hopes of holding this, but it's not a pleasant position to find yourself in against Alexei, because Alexei is a very, very good technical player. So Alexei is doing well. We don't know how well, but he's definitely doing well. But Adiban is... that actually is a game between Anne Haas and Benjamin Bok. But yeah, this is the Adiban game, and it looks like Nino Batsashvili is continuing from what she was doing in Gibraltar in terms of upsetting the apple cart a little bit.
Isn't white sort of strategically lost?
Also tactically.
Like f3 d2.
F3 d2, yeah, drops a full piece. I think he has to go rook d2 here, and if d2 rook b2, and if d2 you go rook takes d2, and you hope you will somehow hold this. Even that is kind of unclear. But I feel like d2 is selling yourself short a little bit.
I was wondering.
Yeah, like rook a8 or I don't know, or b5 or queen f6. Many moves come to mind. Yeah, it seems like he went for the sharpest possible line against the Nimzo. Let's show how this transpired. He went for bishop g5, which is a very rare variation, and
it's very risky for white. That's why people don't do it, because
I actually looked at this for I think the London candidates. We briefly considered doing this with white and gave up on it after about a couple of days because we just couldn't equalize, to be honest. And e5 we felt was not maybe the sharpest way for black to play for a win, but even if
the modern way to deal with this is to leave the bishop here, I think, and go for something like this.
There are forced variations here which lead to positions where white is like 3 pawns down but has enough counterplay for a draw. Sometimes, and there are some important Leko games, I think, in this variation from the black side. But Nino went for the most straightforward plan. She went, and here she went g5 and e4, which is a very interesting way of treating it, sort of giving white freedom to find something to do. But yeah, and the bishop on g3 looks promising for now. But if you scroll a bit further, game continued, h4. Oops, sorry, that's not what I meant. Here after e4 the game continued, h4, rook g8 takes, knight e2 first, queen e7 takes, rook b1. Black is doing all the the most natural things in the world.
But I'm surprised by, I don't know very little about this, but is the next move king f8? Because as a kid I was told, and maybe just concrete reasons here, that normally you want your king here in this position.
Yeah, you probably feel safer on c7, but I don't know, maybe she didn't like something like queen a5 check, and after b6, queen a4, the pawn on b6 might hang. I don't know. I'm a bit confused about this as well, but I don't think it's a huge issue. King f8, queen f3, queen a3. It all looks a bit randomized by white, to be honest. Knight d4 here. I guess he was very happy about this idea, but nobody's going to take that knight.
Very Adibanish. If you take bishop d6, the storyline changes.
Yeah, that is suddenly almost winning for white, I suspect. But of course nobody is going to touch that knight. Knight e5. He continued offering it even here by playing bishop e2. But she played rook d8. And okay, if d6 is not falling, black probably will take on d4 next move. So the knight had to leave. And yeah, now it looks like black is strategically close to winning, I guess. Queen c1, rook h8, rook g1. Check, takes, knight f1, knight e4. Bhaskaran did play rook b2 here, and his opponent is thinking right now. She has 21.5 minutes for the last 15 moves. She's definitely a great deal better. Whether she is already immediately winning somehow, I'm not quite sure, but I think the answer should objectively be yes, to be honest. I think this is a bad enough position for white that it might have a concrete solution.
Yeah, so it looks like Dreyev closing in or coming closer to tournament victory. The highest rated game of the day is Farley against Nisipiano, which looks like it's, I was going to say headed towards a draw, but Nisipiano still has some questions to answer.
Yeah, he will suffer here for a while, but you probably think black should be able to hold this.
Let's go back to the Masters, or shall we go for a brief Gibraltar holiday?
We could do that.
There is not only the Tata Steel Masters, there's also the Gibraltar, what's it called, Chess Congress? I think the Gibraltar Chess Congress Festival running with some pretty decent player. Vishy Anand is a third seed behind Hikaru Nakamura and MVL. So it's an exciting tournament. Today is round number 5. Etienne Bacrot and Marcus Rugger are in the lead with 4 out of 4 playing each other.
Yeah, and there has been already a threefold in the score sheet. So I think if white plays queen c4 here, black can claim, or maybe even white can claim before playing queen c4. So that game might be very close to its conclusion. A very sharp position on the second board in a game between Grandelius and Lagrave. Vachier Lagrave, I'm sorry, I don't know why I did that. It's very, very curious. And Niels kind of gets these positions all the time, these really, really wild and clear positions. He's very good at...
He does get them, but against MVL, do you want that? Like, first of all, he's a great theoretician, especially in the Night Over, and secondly, in these messes...
Yeah, he's not the worst in the world, at doing this. But Niels, I think, rates himself, and not without reason. He's a very, very good, sharp tactical player. So far, I've calculated some very interesting variations, but none of them seem to work out particularly well for white. I can go, for instance, knight e7, knight c3, bishop takes e5. But I think d takes e5 is okay. Queen g8, king g8. I tried making rook takes e5 work, but knight b5 seems to be fine.
Take care.
Knight c8, even rook c8, rook c3, black will never lose. Maybe even will play for a win, actually, because he is currently a pawn up. This is one variation where I got mildly excited for a second. Also, after knight takes e4, there's knight takes d6. But I think black can take with the knight and castle, and after knight g5, there should be a move black can make, like knight f5 probably holds. And if it holds, although bishop c7, hang on a second. Yeah, this wins a piece back. So this actually becomes very interesting. If we can do this, then this variation suddenly becomes very, very interesting for white. Let's take a look. After knight d6, can black take with the queen and try to bail out?
Why bail out?
But I can
slightly better.
No, but I can do the same actually. Oh no, I can't. Sorry. Can I? Queen d6, knight d6, bishop b5, castles, knight d5, knight f5 only move, g4 actually, no, g4 bishop b6, sorry. Yeah, doesn't work. Sad panda. And knight b6 or something also runs into bishop b6, yeah. Okay, so if queen d6, if I have to recapture on e4 with something, probably a knight, it should be some kind of equality, I guess. Knight e4, you take on d1, you play f6. This is
I thought you want to take with the rook to have the d5 square.
Also possible, yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, okay, here I thought only black can be better, but maybe it's nothing.
it shouldn't be anything at all. I think f3 bishop f2 solves my one issue, and yeah, it should be close to equality. And also rook e4 knight d5 maybe forces the matter and trades everything off. Yeah, lots of, you know, very interesting possibilities for white here. There's also quieter moves in the position they have on the board. I mean, queen f3 might be a choice, but yeah, bishop takes f5, knight takes e3, and queen d7 is probably too slow. Doesn't feel fast enough somehow.
No.
Yeah, as usual, these two players don't really shy away from going for exciting, interesting positions, and will be interesting to watch out for.
The game you should keep a close eye on is Mr. Hare Krishna, because if he loses, you can claim that 16th spot in the world rankings from him.
Yeah, very, very important game in the context of my life. Yeah, and yeah, this is
his compatriot.
Yeah, this is a line Anish has been promoting a great deal. This idea of playing 5e4 in the English against the bishop e4 lines, and yeah, it seems like it developed into a slow maneuvering game. I don't know really who is better in the final position.
This is a rare move. Anish came up with this idea here.
Anish played queen and knight f3 here, which allowed him to beat Vishy in a convincing style, but Vishy misplayed that game quite badly at one point. Yeah, and Hari is going for a much slower kind of development, but I like his approach.
Are you saying he's not in a hurry?
I ran straight into that, didn't I?
I couldn't help.
But hang on a second, in the position they have on the board, isn't d4... oh no, e4 is hanging, sorry. But hang on.
Prepare it.
But even if I start with d4, let's get back. Takes, knight c4, f3. I guess c5. Yeah, that's the problem. Black plays c5 and there are no squares for this bishop, which will not allow black to trade it for the e4 knight, avoiding the fork.
Why can't I prepare it?
Let's think about this. I am not entirely sure. I'm really not at all sure what Hari is doing here, because it looks... I mean, his d6 pawn is in trouble. I mean, there's... yeah, I don't know. Let's have a look at some other games and switch back to...
Yeah, one more game, then we're back to windy Vike, even though it's quite windy in Gibraltar this time of year as well.
Pick one.
Which game?
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's plenty of very interesting positions. Let's Rapport against Eduard looks like your typical Rapport game. White going all out for some kind of... You've scrolled past it already. Yeah, very typical Rapport game, because
a bit too mainstream for his normal tastes, but still.
Yeah, still going for some...
Not highly theoretical. And
yeah, you can just see this coming already by move 6, that the queen will land on h4 and he will try to give immediate mate.
This might actually be very close to a theoretical position if you...
yeah, it looks very similar to, let's say, this 6f4 Najdorfs get to these types of positions very quickly, but I think white might be a couple of tempi up here actually.
Yeah, because the knight didn't have to go here.
Takes, queen h3, knight c6.
Contemplating this.
No, I don't think it crossed his mind actually to take on f6. Although it would have crossed mine, because with the knight on b8 you could start playing against the weakened queen side. But yeah, Richard was never really likely to do that. King h1, queen e7, not allowing f7, f5, of course. Yeah, who knows what's going on. As usual, you can rely on Richard to create something very interesting on the board. Perhaps
it's scary, doesn't it? I'd be scared.
A little bit, but yeah, I think I would probably like this for white. Yeah, takes knight e5 might be okay-ish, but yeah, bishop g5. I mean, it's still not a particularly fun position, especially considering who you're playing against. Because yeah. Although this is playable, yeah, this is playable, but yeah, let's not spend too much time on that, because we do have the Masters and the Challengers to pay attention to. And Luki, we haven't visited Luki in a while. Luki goes queen c7, and now this has to start falling apart now. I don't know, g6, knight f8, takes f5. For instance, I don't know. I don't know why knight f8. Maybe knight f6 is the plan. At least, you know, the e4 pawn is now under threat.
Still looks kind of
Knight,
bad.
Knight d4.
Immediately, I was wondering.
Maybe even immediately. I don't really see why not. Knight e4, bishop b6, check, and yeah, queen h2 followed by queen h8 mate might be an issue here. Yeah, I don't think this will have a happy ending for Luki, to be honest.
Let's find some unhappy endings.
Yeah, that is actually mate, yeah. The inclusion of queen h5 check makes it a mate in 3. Yeah, g6 is also not a very hard move to find, to be honest. And, I guess after queen c7, once again returning to the previous theme, if you go e4, e5, you're also not really hating life too much.
No, but he's not gonna do it here. This is a worse version than what he could have gotten earlier. It's still very, very good, but won't happen. Fabi's gonna calculate here and go for something. g6 probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, g6 looks like a very decent choice. Also, maybe bishop takes c7 followed by knight c5 might be a half decent idea in some positions, but yeah. Very nice position for Fabiano. He's, I think, very unlikely to spoil it.
What's going on in the chat? Colin, things under control? I read Colin and political correctness and all kinds of stuff being debated there. But yeah, I haven't paid that much attention, I have to admit. Too much action on the chessboards, like in the Hu Yifan Mickey Adams game where the bishop magically disappeared.
But now c3, or maybe a4 followed by c3. Yeah, she allowed this because she felt after knight b5 she will at least pick up this c6 bishop, which is an improvement, of course, for white. But after a4, I mean c4, he plays c4. Yeah, after king g2 here. Yeah, the plan with a4 followed by c3 and pushing the a pawn is very, very dangerous.
Well,
also,
a4 you gotta go c3, I guess, no?
But now rook d8, d5, b5. White needs to be very fast with king g2, f3.
Have some play?
Yeah.
Maybe not as much play as I would like to.
I mean, king g2, f3, e4, I think is what she's banking on. Okay, let's think. Yeah, let's think about this in a more orderly fashion, starting from the current position. If b3 right now, white probably goes. If c3 right now, white probably goes b3, which is why I wanted to start with a4 to cut that option out. How do you stop the king from landing on e4? Can you stop the king from landing on e4? I can go bishop f8. No, I can go bishop f8 here. And but f5 check is worrying me a little bit. f5, king takes e5, rook takes f7, bishop d6, king f3. And if I start with this and then go bishop d6,
bishop d2 or not, bishop d6, I made it.
This I quite like for black, to be honest, because the difference in king activity might be the most important factor.
f6, let's say. Why is it so great?
Let's say I give a check.
g7.
Oh, sorry, of course I just blundered that. That kind of explains why you were so happy. Yep, although
bishop e5, I thought. Yeah.
Rook e7.
Sure, rook e7.
Rook e7 is, I think, a very decent reply here,
yeah.
Followed by f7. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Let's play the most passive move known to men.
King f3.
Rook h7 or something. Yeah,
king g6.
Oh, gimme.
A bit of a trick. A bit of a trick, but if you ask black what his next move is, it's less clear. Yeah, okay, I can play c3 whenever I want, even maybe right now. a4, and I can make some other waiting moves here. Bishop d4, I don't know, some move. Because black is really, yeah. Are you making progress here? Bishop b3.
Yeah, maybe I should go c6 just to be more cunning.
b6. Although I can also take and continue passing. Take bishop f2. Continue waiting for you to make a move, because it actually is not that easy for black to make a sensible move here. This might be lost.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
We might be lost. Yeah. So
pity.
Very curious. I still like black, but it feels like he has to be very precise now, because he doesn't have that many tempi to play with.
No, maybe at some point you can think about f5 after king e4 and then bishop takes, but you have to prepare it very carefully as well.
Yeah,
we don't know, but stakes got higher.
Yeah. Juanito goes for the old let's spend 7 moves getting a king to safety plan.
But so he was worried about g5, because getting the king to safety also means you don't have your default plan so easily anymore, opening the queen
Yeah,
side.
but I think he feels he will actually give mate on the king
Juanito
side
wants
afterwards.
to attack here.
Yeah, he feels that he has a better chance giving mate on the king side than he has bringing out the weaknesses on the queen side. Yeah, this will be a longish phase of the game where more players maneuver for to improve for the position of their pieces. Let's go back to Fabiano for a second, because he's taken on e7. Look took with a king. I'm not sure why that is, but queen takes e7. It didn't appeal to him. And now knight c5 looks very unpleasant. You probably play knight f8. It's time you started doing that, but f5, I don't know. Looks horrible.
Yeah.
Looks horrible. Black is
f5 we have a check, which is not
yeah,
gonna
that
help
is
us to check.
that is true. That is true.
But still, you can do it. c3 or whatever. Do this hanging.
Do this hanging, and yeah, the center is kind of collapsing in on itself a little bit.
Yeah. I need number 1 break before we enter the very scary time trouble action, especially for Luke. It's going to be very scary. Mickey Adams has played a4, bishop d4 on the board. We're going to be back.
Let's pretend you can't count and say that this is the second break of the show, and pretend we haven't heard what we've heard. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do that. See you guys in a minute. Go premium if you haven't already, if you want to become better at chess. If not, no reason. Well, still reason. Welcome back, boys and girls. Part number 3 of round number 12 of the 78th Tata Steel Masters, where the local hero, Lucky Luke, is in trouble against Fabi.
It makes for a very exciting last round. If Fabiano converts this advantage, and it is a very, very large advantage, and he also, I wanted to say he is ahead on the clock, but 12 against Knight is not really, 9 against, it's not really very much, my apologies. He will be half a point behind Magnus with 1 round to go. Magnus is still, of course, he is white and Fabiano will be black tomorrow, so Magnus is still favored to retain his lead, but
Fabiano's playing Tomaszewski, who hasn't had the greatest of tournaments, as mentioned, so he's probably going to look for a way to spice the game up. And
absolutely,
give Magnus a run for his money.
And yeah, this one probably will go his way. Lucky just played a5. You just don't get the feeling this will ever be fast enough. G6 or what else can we do? G6 is the first thing that comes to mind, of course. Knight f6, gf8 takes b. Yeah,
at least there's potential hope. Maybe you're just lost, but maybe there's some hope.
Knight takes c6.
We want to do 96?
96. 96. If queen c3 I win an exchange by force, it probably is enough. Takes. I don't know, king b3, I don't know, probably can go forward. Because if king f7 I have knight g5 check. So this wins material for white, and this is fine, yeah. There could be other options as well for white. Because this, after maybe queen a5, maybe it's a bit messy. Although rook a1, I always have rook a1 as a backup plan.
Yeah. If you can come up with a backup plan, you don't have to call up your backup man. Makes no sense, but I'll just throw around some pieces.
Yeah, this does give black some hope, although this particular position,
lost,
yeah, rook a5, rook a7 seems to win on the spot here, but yeah, it maybe is not the cleanest.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Let's go back to this position. No, I mean let's. What are the other options after e5?
We can do nothing, but
we can do nothing. But let's try e takes d, bishop takes. There might be some tactics here. Like if we create additional pressure against the black position. So let's say queen e3. Creating the threat of rook takes d5.
Doesn't look great here.
Yeah, if you allow some kind of a sacrifice on e6, the game will end on the spot. So
what do you do?
This looks yeah, queen b6 I probably can take on d5. Queen c6, I guess playing g6 now is a hugely improved version for white. There could be maybe better moves as well, but g6 followed by gf7 followed by, I don't know, rook takes d5 somewhere. Looks like it should be convertible for white.
Uphill battle for Luke, however, not a lot of time left on the clock, so
yeah,
the game still has to be won.
A question on Twitter by Mike Kerr: how do we rate the quality of play in this tournament? I think it's always an interesting one to address, because it's you know, it's a tournament with 14 participants, which I think gives you enough sample to say something. I think it was a very interesting tournament. I think it was very exciting to watch. In terms of, you know, precisely played games by both sides, maybe they weren't that many.
But that also comes with the territory of avoiding the notorious openings like the Berlin, whatever. Queen's Gambit declined, where it's more likely to have a correctly played draw, but less likely to have entertainment.
Yeah, for me this was a very, very enjoyable tournament to watch. I don't know if I'm answering exactly the question that was asked of me, and maybe, you know, quality of play and enjoyment are not entirely synonymous, but I would rate this tournament very highly in those categories. I think it was a well-played tournament. Some people's tournaments were not stellar. Once again, we come, let's say, in particular for me as a Russian representative in this studio, I wanted to see Evgeny Tomaszewski do well. And yeah, he will not be happy with his results, obviously. But generally speaking, lots of interesting games, some immediately quotable games, so to speak, in almost every round. I think the quality was quite high.
Yeah, and also a bunch of storylines like Wei Yi and Ding Liren. They're here to stay, even though they haven't been crushing the field. Wei Yi, I don't even know his score. It's 50% right now. Yeah, he's shown he can just play with people in these super tournaments. Ding Liren, well, he already had a great result last year, but he's a contender for the first prizes in pretty much every tournament. And of course, it's hard to have a huge score if the world champion has +5, Garana has probably +4, and so on. But yeah, I thought it was interesting, and I quite enjoy the Grand Chess Tour in these tournaments where you have like 9 out of the top 10. But it's also fun for as a spectator to have Hu Yifan, Luke van Vele, David Navarra, some fresh faces, some slightly lower rated people, so you get more exciting games more often.
Sure, and I think Vike has always been very good in that respect because it always provides, you know, a variety of people to watch and a much more mixed field. And I think people were sort of calling for more mixed fields to watch because it does get a little bit stale when you get the same 9-10 people playing against each other in round robins. One game has been drawn, just very briefly. The game between Karyakin and Giri has been drawn by now.
How did that happen?
Well, things came off after.
Seen this?
Yeah,
G5,
he went G5, stopping. Well, not stopping, but preparing to meet E4 with Knight F4, and after Bishop D2, he found this tactical solution. He took on E3 and went Rook D8, and I guess after G4 something will get sacrificed on D4. I'm not quite sure what. Probably Bishop takes and Knight takes, creating huge threats. And if Queen B6, you take, go Knight E2 check, and you pick up on G2. Therefore, after Rook D8, Sergei bailed out a little bit by going Queen takes B7. Queen takes B7, Bishop B7, Rook D3, and yeah, this position is completely equal, so they agreed on a draw.
Giri fans, this is your moment to shine. Give us your opinion on the result of Anish Giri's game. Does he have a tendency to reach that result? What do you think?
And then Ding Liren is now completely winning against Pavel Ilyanov. Let's touch on this briefly and move on to...
Oops.
Yeah.
Ouch.
We kind of missed how this happened, but as I described, once
did Pavel.
Yeah, once White starts activating his pieces, the game becomes very difficult for
Why
Black.
allow this jump though? Bishop E7, is there an immediate win?
I think he blundered, but G4 Knight G3 might actually win material here, for all I know, followed by Knight H5. I don't think it made a great bit of difference whatever he did, and yeah, he resigned, so that game is also over. Games are dropping off at a rapid rate. Navarro Tomaszewski has also been drawn, but we kind of expected that. They actually followed the line we've shown on the screen after Knight B3, Bishop B6, Knight B5. Navarro allowed Knight B3, and everything came off on the queen side. So yeah, not a position you should be playing on by either color. So there are very few games left actually. There is the game between Juanito and Mamidyarov, in which after H4. It's curious that he played H4, because this now indicates that he is switching back to winning the game on the queen side. Perhaps if Black plays H5, he will go Bishop D2, A3, and start immediately opening up the queen side now that he is stabilized everywhere. Curious. This one might go on for a while, so let's have a look at the other two.
Could be bad for Mamidyarov though if he doesn't have anything immediate. He
very easily.
Some tricks, but
very easy. Yeah, probably want to include King B1 to have Rook C1 and not let the C5 pawn drop off. Yeah, the Hoyfan Adams game has reached a very sharp endgame, but Black is probably at least fine here. The king on e4 is a monstrous piece. Rook takes c7 can always be met simply by playing b6, although you can also maybe play for mate. But b6 is a very sensible way of dealing with this. And then you switch to all of your threats. Rook g8, king f3, rook d1, followed by rook g1, or rook c1 taking on c2 is a plan. If white plays e6, you can actually even pick this pawn up, sort of make a brief stop in your plans by playing rook e8, rook e6. Yeah, I think Black is at the very least doing okay, and maybe even more.
I'm not trying to create confusion here.
Probably not, I can even take, yeah. Unless white is in time to go rook h7, rook h4, but I think with the king, yeah, somewhere like here, after distracting Black with e6.
We can also throw in a check. I'm not
yeah,
sure
it's definitely always a possibility.
How does this?
Yeah, so I think white should start by Maybe even e6 immediately, because I think it's very useful for her to have this rook g7 idea. But still, this is an endgame, and we have a game in which both players are in some time trouble, and there's a lot of pieces flying around, so let's stick with this. Luki goes knight f6. Is there anything wrong with the variation we were trying to calculate after gf7?
Probably not, except for things could happen if you miss something. But
gf7 knight takes e4. I think we kind of missed knight takes e4 though.
How does that line go? Knight e4, d4, and nothing works.
Well, Black actually managed to get rid of some of his really poor pieces. You know, it's a huge triumph for Black to exchange this donkey on h7 for the beautiful steed on c5.
Well said.
Yeah,
at least there's some.
No, it's a mess. It's a mess now. Yeah, and maybe after knight f6, it's better to play something else. Let's have a look. You can go e5 maybe.
Still Donkey Kong.
There's queen d6 check there, which might be strong. If you go knight e4, I wanted to take and go queen d6 check, which, although takes king f6, but you probably end up losing this somehow. gf7, king f7, ba. Too many enemy.
To go ba, king f7.
d7, f8.
That helps. Yeah. I shouldn't have queen. Rook.
Yeah. Yeah, but it does feel like there may have been stronger options for Fabiano along the way.
Let's see what Compy says. Yeah, e5, knight d7, and there's nothing wins. White is better, but
White is still better, but yeah, I have a feeling I wasn't really checking it carefully with the machine at any point, but some of the variations I've seen scroll past me on the screen were much bigger than the one the machine is giving right now. We had it for about 5 seconds.
Yeah, no big surprise, since Black has activated to the max, considering his horrible position.
Yeah, the bishop on b7 is still not doing very much, but everything else has improved. There is a pawn on e5 challenging the white king, and the knight actually got transferred from h7 to d7, which is not something you would have expected to happen.
No, Luki at least made a fight out of it, not a rest day for Fabiano.
No, not at all. Yeah, but considering the opening, it's a huge achievement for Luki to have the position he has right now, even though it's still not a bed of roses by any stretch. And the Juanito Mamijarov game has been drawn.
That's a surprise.
Now that is actually a surprise, because I don't really see how this is not better for White.
Maybe Juanito is also a little tired, and he didn't feel like playing for winning this pawn, and 80 moves was worth his time.
But also, once you open the queen side, your king will become a bit of a target. So maybe you have to wait for Black to decide on something on the king side and transfer it back to h2.
If Black goes h5, you can just go back and then do all this.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, no, I feel White is objectively slightly better, but it's not a lot, and it has been a very long tournament. So yeah, perhaps an understandable decision by Wei.
Maybe he wants to equal your record.
I was about to say that he is now one draw away from showing exactly the same result as my first Vaikenze, which was way back in '99 when I want to say he wasn't born yet, but he probably was.
Was he? No, I don't think he was. Maybe he was born in '99.
Yeah.
Speaking of born in '99, what's the definition of a millennial? You don't have to be born after 2000, right? That's just people born in the 90s. Help me out, chat. I don't know why I'm thinking of this, but it has been on my mind recently. A lot of talk about millennials and the negative influence social media has on all us millennials. Not sure if I'm a millennial.
You are not. Yeah, please don't try to ingratiate yourself with the cool kids.
Nah, I've been trying all my life. Still don't talk to me. It's a bit sad.
Yeah.
So we compensate by studying chess.
I feel your pain, brother.
I'm not sure you do. What else is there? Magnus Carlsen has drawn for a while now. Wei Mamedyarov draw. That's a surprise. Pavel Ilyanov, not his best day at the office, but Ding Liren, especially with the white pieces, is always a tremendous force. He's won 2 in a row. He might be like, where is he? 1 point behind Magnus now?
Yeah, apparently if Ding wins tomorrow and Caruana scores 1.5 out of 2, and I guess assuming that, no, that is not enough for Fabiano. Fabiano, I think, needs 2 out of 2.
This is not updated for today's results, so Ding
Magnus,
is 7.5.
Yeah, Magnus is on 8.5. Ding is on 7.5. Yeah, Ding can only. But if Ding wins tomorrow, he catches up to Magnus because he's playing Magnus. Yeah, that was a correct tweet from Stefan Strangberg. I apologize for trying to point out the inaccuracies in it. There are none. If Ding wins tomorrow with black against Magnus, admittedly, which is not something you see happen very often, especially in a game where Magnus needs a draw to potentially secure a clear first place and at least a share of the first place in the tournament. But if Ding wins and Fabiano scores 1.5 out of his last 2 games, there will be a 3-way tie for the first place in the tournament.
Fun. I don't think they have tie breaks in Vaikanze, even though I should look it up. I can't recall any in the past. They've just awarded first prize to multiple people then.
Yeah, I think there is no official tiebreak. I've read the first book in the Wheel of Time series, and then I realized there's like 18 more, and I gave up.
I'm getting very mixed messages on the millennial question. First answer means adult around 2000, which I don't believe, because you're not an adult if you were born around 2000. Next answer is people born after 1980, when I barely missed the mark to be a millennial. I could still pretend I was. Most researchers and commentators use birth years ranging from the early 1980s to the early 2000s. Oof, that's a sort of long time span.
Yeah,
1990 till 2010? 2010, that's like 6-year-old millennials running around.
And we get an update. When I made my 11 draws in a Vaikanze 99, Wei was not born yet. So, yeah, that dates me pretty well. I think that is a sobering thought.
Wei is Generation Z.
Yeah, that is what they call
kids.
Kids, yeah, these days. Kids these days.
What are we, or what am I? Generation X? I read a book called Generation X, but I couldn't really figure out what it was about.
Oh dear, Lucky. Let's go to Lucky.
That's Lucky.
Yeah. Lucky made a bit of a mistake here. After f5, Fabiano played the correct way, but after f5 it was very important to switch the d7 queen back on and play queen c7. It really should have been the first move on his list. It attacks c5, it attacks c2, making it much harder for white to activate the queen on d2. And now after rook c4, f6, I think he's just dead lost.
Show me.
Well, he takes f6, I suspect, simply. Although I'm not that sure. Queen f2 check. gf. Rook g1 check, king f8. Yeah, I'm not doing this right, I have a feeling. Even here I might be winning, but yeah, g7 might be winning actually.
Yeah.
Rook before, queen before is a full rook.
Yeah, this looks sort of unpleasant.
Yeah, after defending heroically for a while, actually, I think Lucky made a move which the thing is, after queen c7, if the black queen starts giving check, those will be important checks. Whereas whereas rook takes before is just one check to which white goes king c1, and there are no more checks to follow. So yeah, it was a very strange choice by Luke. And he played so well running up to that move. He had 5 minutes to spare. I think he took too little time on this move. It was really a move where he should have considered his options carefully. And I was very impressed with how he was dealing with a very, very difficult position he was given by his own opening choice, so to speak.
No.
Yeah, but now it seems like his position is gone.
Yeah, looks like Fabi's gonna pull that one off, leaving the 3-way tie still in play for tomorrow.
Yeah, very much in play. And actually, if Ding beats Magnus, Fabi, if he wins against Tomaszewski tomorrow, becomes a sole winner of the tournament.
Also true.
Yeah, if he wins today and tomorrow, he ends up on 9 out of 13. And that will be more than Magnus gets if Magnus loses tomorrow. But Magnus, just to restate, Magnus is white against England and normally is not expected to lose that game.
Nope. Mickey, not expected to lose the position. He has right now threatening a little check Rook g7 was played instantly by who you found covering.
Not instantly, I
J.
think. I think she thought for a while. Let me check.
No, I mean before e6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still fine for white, but a slightly worrying position, I would say. You know, it's.
What happens after rook g4 check here?
I guess I
King
just
d3?
go king d5.
King d5.
Yeah, king. This actually would be incredibly worrying for white. Rook h4, rook f2, c2, and yeah.
This all of a sudden.
Yeah, queenside becomes a huge problem. No, I think you need to go something like e6 or rook takes c7. But the problem with that is that she has just played rook g7, which kind of indicates she is not particularly happy with taking on c7 at any point.
Why is this? Okay, now this is a threat. Yeah?
Rook e2 is still fine. It's
Rook
not.
e2?
Yeah, rook e2 is possible to play here. Yeah.
It's nothing.
Although rook c7 after b6, rook takes c5 would be
That becomes topic.
a major area of concern.
Just show.
Takes, b6. Yeah, I don't see how to give any checks on the king side, and if there's no checks on the king
Probably
side,
have a perpetual somewhere, right?
how?
Don't, no.
I don't really see any. Yeah, this might still save the game, remarkably. Yeah, this probably is a draw. So black really will be hard pressed to get into too much danger here, but yeah. She needs to start playing actively. If she returns with the rook to g4, if she doesn't start immediate counterplay in the center and on the king side, I think she might find herself in trouble.
We'll keep an eye on it. 5 moves left till the time control. Or is it 5? I can't count. Yeah, more or less 5 moves. Lucas played king d6, which, yeah, probably is not helping his cause.
Yeah, g7 at any point. You can include a queen h2 check as well, or you can you can play g7 straight away. It's all now gone completely wrong for black.
Yeah.
And Hoifine does take on c7, so should be holdable, tenable. Should be very tenable for white.
Yeah, looks like this is headed for a draw. What does it leave us with? Not a lot.
Not a lot. These are the two games going on. Let's briefly check in with the challengers.
Very challenging to find these games.
JF actually lost his extra pawn, and now it seems very, very level. Actually, arguably, you could maybe even pick black. c4. Yeah, white is definitely not better, probably slightly worse, but should hold.
That's a surprise. Dreyev's not gonna win this one. Mr. Fun for Raced against Miss June.
He played the King's Gambit, I think maybe also influenced by all my endless Bunter Blitz King's Gambits, which generally tend to end in disasters for me.
He didn't go for the fashionable move here, bishop e2. Went for this, where I thought knight c6 was better, but
this was always supposed to be fine, yeah, but was a weird game. At some point he went for some sharp tactical play on the king side, which didn't seem to pan out particularly well. And he is now, I think, fighting for survival, but there's very, very few pieces left. Maybe b4 right now.
These rooks don't look too
which is why I want to start with b4 to at least have rook g2 after rook takes g3. And actually, this position I probably will save. I'm not sure if rook takes g3 is the best move.
Sure. Even this looks scary, but yeah, what else can we do?
Yeah, the biggest game I wanted to have a look at is the next one on the list, Adiman against Batsiashvili. But she looks like black is completely winning, right? Just push the a pawn down the board. She is currently 2 pawns up, and the d3 pawn probably will fall, but I mean the a pawn should be more than enough. A bit of a disaster for Adiban there, because he probably felt that with JF white against Abbasov, he needs to play sharply for a win, because he needs every single point.
I don't think he needs incentive to play sharply for a win in any game with white.
Sure, but not all of his opening choices are as risky as the one he went for today, is what I mainly meant. Yeah, and it seems like it's not likely to end well for him. It looks dead lost, to be honest.
Yeah. Batsiashvili continues her giant killer. Well, she drew Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, she came very close. At some point, she had a very promising position against Magnus, but as Magnus is very, known to do, when he realized things are not going right, he concentrated and solved all of his issues and held.
And
So seemingly, if Dreyev does not lose, Dreyev will have half a point more than Adiban. And what's happening in the Safarli game? We haven't, I think, seen the
draw.
Oh yeah, Safarli drew with Livio Dieter, which means that if Dreyev holds his now slightly worse position against Abasov, he will be a sole leader of the tournament with 1 round to go. Yeah.
And before we return to the Masters, let's briefly check in with former world champion Vishy Anand, who I suspect is not having the time of his life so far, playing his first Open tournament in 23 years, the Gibraltar
Also,
Open.
people are showing no respect if we go through the opening of this game.
H5, show me the money, Vishy. And Vishy didn't go for asking for the money because the
You're supposed to go
line is
d4
something like
here.
this,
Yeah.
Takes-
d4. No. d4 b5.
Sorry.
d4 b5, bishop b3, knight g4, takes, knight g5, and we start here. And it's I once in my life I spent a great week analyzing this position
Sounds like a good week.
with a very, very weak computer, which meant that you couldn't trust anything it was saying. But yeah, instead of this, Vishy went for a slower line, d3, and Black replied by taking, playing queen f6, sort of suggesting he wants a draw. But after queen d1, the Black player changed his mind quite drastically. Yeah, I quite like this approach. I think Vishy must have been getting severely mixed messages there, because queen f6 suggests Black wants a slightly worse endgame, and he thought, okay, now after queen d1 I will play f4 next move and I will have a fantastic position, but no such luck. And if you allow f5 here, I think you're worse.
Gotta go f5 with white, but that gives the bishop a bit of a square. What's going on? Messy stuff.
Yeah, queen f6, queen d2, rook a b8. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I'm actually wondering if after rook a b1 I can take on b2.
Why not?
Well, it's unclear if, bishop takes e3, probably e5 works. Rook b8, king d7 I'm not that worried about because it's actually hanging there as well. But after bishop takes c3, I think there's e4, e5, which might be quite decent.
Yep.
As in very strong.
Can't do that, but you don't have to, of course.
No, absolutely not. King d7 is a very decent move, I think.
Is Black in trouble? Doesn't look like he
No,
should be worse. from
no. I
this.
think I briefly looked at the machine evaluation. I think machine suggested Black is better, but I don't actually believe that. I feel that White shouldn't be worse. I think machine severely overestimates how weak this king on h2 is. But yeah, I mean, a very interesting position to find yourself observing in a game between Vishy and, if I'm entirely honest, I don't know who the Black player is.
Me neither. He's a grandmaster, but I've never heard of him, which is my lack of.
Yeah, so Vishy probably doesn't have that much experience with him either. I think it's fair to assume, and yeah, he's not having it all his own way here in Jib.
No, he drew the first game against women grandmaster. Then he drew your boy Oparin, who I think is a very strong player, but he's still 200 points lower rated than Vishy. And yeah, he's not cruising today.
No, we were asked a very sensible question in chat. After e5 there is queen h4, but I think there might not be any mate anyway here after g3. I think White has queen g2, and if you play g2 and rook g8, finally there is an occasion to play rook b8 check with great effect. So it might not work out, but as Jan pointed out, nobody is really forcing Black to take on b2 here. It's not at all necessary.
We'll see if we can come back to this game at some point. Now we gotta come back to the trials and tribulations of the young Van Veli. Now he's in trouble.
Yeah, he is in quite serious trouble because yeah, he had to allow all this, and I think after queen d8, queen g3. No, hang on, maybe not in this position. No, after queen g8, probably not queen g3, because you don't want to allow queen takes f6 check.
Might still be mate.
Might still be winning, yeah, but why do that? After queen e5, yeah, the b4 pawn falls with check, but the g7 pawn, you feel, it will be the most important factor in the position.
Yeah, this is a massive threat, right?
Yeah. Also, rook g1 will force black to play queen g8, and after that, you know, with an extra queen on the board, more or less, there shouldn't be much of an issue to convert this.
No, Fabiano's gonna win. And Mr. Adams, is he gonna give mate? Is he gonna let the white pawns roll?
I think he's gonna give a. I think he's gonna give a perpetual.
Less cool than mate, but still pretty cool.
Yeah.
E6 on the board.
Yeah, I don't think with the pawn, with the e-pawn as far progressed as it is, and also I think a potential threat of rook f7, after which you might not have the perpetual anymore. You're probably well advised to do it immediately. Black could try and give mate if he could include the king in the attack, but the rook always gives checks from behind, so you can't really play king f3 at any point.
He made it here.
Yeah.
He could make it anywhere, but it won't.
Yeah. Nice reference.
Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Bishop c8 on the board. Luke, I don't know. This feels a little masochistic now.
Yeah, Fabiano plays b5 check to just close down everything completely, and king b5 bishop f1 picks up additional material, sort of rubbing salt into wounds. The king will have to go to somewhere like b7, after which, you know, black doesn't even have an extra pawn to show for his suffering here. Yeah, I think they will reach.
I'm looking for more random ways to win. I might probably lose.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Just pick up material and win. Yeah.
Russian wisdom. If you can win a rook or give mate, win the rook. Might not be mate, but you're gonna be a rook up. Luke played king b7.
Yeah, well, any move.
Any move.
As
challenge.
Yeah, as I can't remember who it was of my. Well, I wanted to say numerous, but that's probably an overstatement. Friends, you likes to say any piece, any square.
Can I play this? I like this move.
I like this move as well, yeah.
I want to take here. Maybe. No, this does not look good. White might be better without the g7 pawn, or with the g7 pawn. Seriously bad.
Yeah. No, but frankly, apart from blundering the f6 g7 battery, almost any move should probably win here without too much of an issue.
Yeah. And I'm tempted to criticize Luke's opening choice going for this line. Probably was surprised by f3. But then I remembered that before you criticize somebody, you should walk a mile in their shoes. That way, when you criticize them, you're a mile away and you have their shoes. Rook g1 played by Fabiano also looks like a decent move, threatening to get a new queen.
Well, queen b6, you play queen b6 here because, I mean, queen g8,
what do you do after g8 queen?
You at least give a spite check, and then you resign after king c1, I think. I think it sounds like a very sound plan to me somehow.
Sounds like a good approach.
Yeah, because I mean,
I think having played bishop c8, you gotta say b and go queen g8.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Luki does play queen b6. I would have been very surprised if he hadn't. But
you think Fabiano is gonna try to play rook g3?
No, it's only one check.
Oh, then a4.
It's only one check. I really don't see how you not queen the g pawn.
Yeah, so this game will be over soon, and so might the Who You Fun game if Mickey goes for the eternal check. That's the expert term.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything better. He will check for a while because he really is, I mean, rook f1 is always available. You can even waste a tempo on something like rook takes c2 and do it on the next move.
Yeah, but what's the upside?
Yeah, it probably is still a draw, but actually might not be. Oh, hang on, is king f3 here winning?
Oh, that could be upside. Is it winning now?
I think it is.
Okay, then
I think it is. Okay, let's. And also it's move 41, so he's really in absolutely no hurry whatsoever. Yeah, e7 king f3.
Let's just show it.
Yeah, rook c1, bishop g1, bishop f2, bishop g3.
No good.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, look, he did something quite interesting. He went queen b6 and resigned after g8 queen. So, not giving a spy check, no, I don't agree with this policy, no.
I quite like it. He has his own style. And in case you're confused, he's aware that when a pawn reaches the 8th rank, it's like a butterfly. I'm trying to say something witty about butterflies, but I got nothing. He knows the rule that you can convert a pawn into a queen.
Yeah. If you step on a newly converted queen, historic events change. I think is what you're going with.
No, I don't believe in the butterfly effect at all.
Okay.
I've seen the movie.
I read the book.
Ashton Kutcher. Is a book based on that movie?
Please stop. Yeah.
Yeah. So Fabiano comes within half a point of the Maxter. Oops, that was wrong, but not that wrong. Magnus on 8.5, Mr. Fabs on 8, and Dinglering on 7.5. So we have an exciting round tomorrow, which starts at noon. Set your alarm clocks.
And that actually, you more or less know the first 3 finishers of this tournament because Dingleren is a full point ahead of Wesley So. So these are the 3 outstanding players here. I think also in terms of stability of play and quality of play, I think it's very fair to say that these 3 have shown the best chess. David Navarra was probably the most exciting player to watch, but in terms of stability, you know, these 3 are the best players of the tournament.
On Twitter, it's being pointed out that Caruana's analogous to Harry Potter, probably Harry Potter, of chess, humble yet brave against all and works strong magic. That's a beautiful statement, which I'm sure his manager, Lawrence Trent, is going to steal.
That's Lukeism, I think. I think that...
I haven't read the Bible.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, it is that time of the day again, but it looks like today is going to be a shorter round, because especially if Mickey Adams goes for this perpetual. But we were left off here, and e7 actually allows king f3.
Yeah,
checkmating
e7 does lose, but you can...
So you have to go here, apparently.
Yeah, you can play rook f7, though, cutting all these ideas off and creating a rather large threat of e6, e7, and black should now finally give the perpetual, because it might be too late afterwards.
Looks like Hu Yifan is going to earn her second draw against Mickey Adams. She lost twice. But yeah, we've been talking about it. Her last few rounds haven't been going great. For Mickey, the whole tournament hasn't been going great, but he's shown signs of life in the last 2 rounds. Today he came closer to a victory than Hu Yifan, I would say.
Yeah.
But not going to be able to do it.
I would agree with this assessment. And this is the last game running. Let's maybe revisit the Gibraltar games, because in the Masters, I think the games we particularly... Yeah, this is interesting. This is a very weird position on the board right now.
The women's world champion, none less, Maria Musicuk, against your future rival in the candidates tournament, Hikaru Nakamura, whom I think you have a decent score against, right?
I used to have a better score against him, but I still have a decent score, yeah, sure.
What's going on?
I think white is much better. I'm not sure if white was much better to begin with, yeah, but here you can win the piece immediately by playing d6, but you don't really want to do that. You want to play bishop c4. It also creates an additional idea of d6 queen takes g6, which is really unpleasant. Probably forces black actually to spend the tempo on something like king g7. And now, I mean, e4, e5 is maybe the most, the most aesthetically pleasing way of dealing with this position, yeah.
Yeah.
There's other ways of proceeding here for white as well, but yeah, it looks like a completely meaningful position for white.
If we look at the clock situation, Hikaru still has more than an hour. Well, Musicuk is down to 11 minutes. Things are not looking up.
Yeah, this is not a particularly nice position to have against Hikaru.
Let me just briefly check the opening, because I'm a semi-Slav nerd. Rook g1, you're supposed to go e5. Are you and bishop d2 here? Here, I don't think you're supposed to go e4. I think you're supposed to take here and here.
Yeah, that is slightly surprising that she went e4, but it still looked kind of okay. People were getting excited. I actually saw a tweet on this subject saying that she has a fantastic position somewhere around here, but I think that was based on a very superfluous machine evaluation. Castles b5, c5, she included bishop h2, which is probably a good idea, driving the rook back.
Here, white
f3
gets to have more long-term fun. He can break up the center.
Sure.
Now I understand how this came about, I was gonna say.
Yeah, she probably needed to take on f3, but it's not particularly pleasant as well. And yeah, she went for this a5 b4 plan, which would have worked perfectly if not for the fact that there's this knight takes d5.
You don't need to send Hikaru a written invitation to go for something like this.
Yeah.
Here, I guess just here, yeah.
Queen e4 check, I think,
queen
picks
e4
up
check
immediate
is-
material, yeah. So
More direct.
yeah,
Bishop
looks horrible. So yeah, knight f3, and we are very near to the position they have on the board right now, which is
Crushing.
yeah, just crushingly winning for white. Yeah.
Nakamura's gonna do well. Let's check what else is going on in Gibraltar.
What's happening in Vish's game? If we can find it.
I can find it.
Ah, so
Rook
Vish,
B1 on the
yeah,
board.
we should yet play rook b1 as we expected, and now his opponent is checking checking his options. Out of the 84 games played in Vike, I think this includes the Hoy van Adams game, which we don't think has finished yet, but it will very, very likely finish in a draw. There has been 56 out of 84 games were drawn, which is a 60, almost exactly, probably is exactly 2/3. Exactly
slightly
2/3 of
on
the
high
game drawn.
side, but not by much.
Yeah, but you know, there are draws and draws.
Look at Navarra's games.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah.
Aliban does a Houdini, escapes with close to a draw? Really? How did he do that?
I think he must have had some help, because it's very difficult to imagine this being forced.
Is this a draw is my next question.
I'm not sure that is, but I would
go
never.
here,
Yeah,
or you go here?
I don't know.
Or
I'd
here?
probably go closer to here and then pick up the a pawn. Let's have a look at what happened after a5 queen takes d3, because I really don't understand why she would need to go for this. Okay, she went rook b8 here, which is fine, because
Why not just push? She
a4
doesn't
rook
want
takes
this, huh?
before. A4 rook takes before, I guess, is a trick.
Ah, tricks.
Yeah,
Got
so
it.
rook b8, king c2, a4, takes, rook b3, takes, knight f1. I still don't understand why you don't play, let's say, just rook h8 here. No, I think he must have gotten, first of all this, and also rook takes, oh no, this is what she played, rook takes f3. Yeah, she probably shouldn't have done that. You just rook b8, why is this not winning? It might take a while, but
Probably is winning it.
yeah, rook a3, force you to trade
Oh, maybe.
rooks, go a5.
Yeah, no, it's just bad.
Yeah, should be objectively winning. Although, you know, if white locks in the bishop on g6 by playing g4, there possibly was a better way to convert from the position we've seen. But yeah, she went for rook takes f3, gf, rook f2, knight d2, and also I don't really understand rook takes f3 in this position.
Very drastic measures by
Yeah.
Batsiashvili. 2 exchange sacrifices in 2 moves.
Yeah, play a3 here. Rook a1, g4, take on e4. Should still be close to a technically winning position, I think, like king c3. Even if I have to give up on e3, I will pick up on bishop g6, rook a3, rook g2, followed by... No, rook g2 is probably not a good move. Rook f4, yeah, followed by king e5.
Yeah, looks winning.
Should still be very close to a completely winning position, yeah. No, you don't really save positions like this without serious help from your opponent.
But the position they have now, I'm still not sold this is a draw. I don't think it is.
Might not be a draw anyway, yeah, like king e5, bishop b4, and start pushing the 2 pawns. Right?
Well, this is on the board.
I think you need to go king d2, king e3 to make it
To
difficult.
stop this,
To
yeah.
make it difficult for black to play king e5, yeah.
Because 1 runs faster than 2.
Because if black needs to go g4, and then yeah, it's much no king f4. I would never allow king e5 here.
Do you have time for all these extravaganzas?
I think it's incredibly important for white not to allow the king to e5 here. Even if yeah, this also looks horrible, but it
Probably
looks
still lost. It's going to be like these 3 pawns and the bishop against the rook, which should be winning, huh?
probably yeah, but and very very picturesque final position in one forest against Zhu Wenjun.
Checkmate.
How did they get here? He did go b4, and she played knight f3 check, which probably is a very strong move, and he went yeah towards e3 and got driven further and further down the other side of the board.
Whoa, didn't see that coming.
Yeah, and here a4 check, and yeah, very very picturesque.
Well, this was more resilient, but not worth continuing either.
No, I think you play king a5 here. I think
Yeah,
it's
just
sign
go home.
it's sign of good manners actually to allow this. I quite like it when people do that.
Who doesn't like to give checkmate?
Yeah.
Do you have to go rook a7 mate though? Isn't that like a quiet move we can make?
Do you want to make a quiet move here?
Yeah.
Well, you can. Yeah. Okay.
Threatening this. Anyway, nice win for Ju and June. Your countryman, Mr. Dreyev, is now faced with the unenvious task of holding this position.
But with the king close, to the queen, I think you're probably okay. You put it on e2 and you shuffle around for a while, because how do you make much progress?
I don't know. Wouldn't rule it out. Oh yeah. He will probably survive. Let's go back to the mixter.
I think it's a draw. Yeah, Mickey already gave a perpetual, so we could maybe do a brief roundup of what's going on in Jeep. For instance, there's a game between Gatakamsky and Alexander Garyachkina, who is a rising star of the Russian chess, and she seems to be doing very well against Gata here. The machine actually suggests you can take on d4, which is of course the first move you check, but you don't expect it to work so easily. But it seems like it does work here. So if you take, there's really no easy way to protect b2. What happens after knight f1? I guess...
Nothing.
Yeah, I didn't see bishop b5, but bishop b5 is just very, very strong because there's no real defense against c3 and black just crashes through. I wonder if she will play it. I mean, her position is good enough without it, but if she does take on d4, it seems like she has very good chances to beat an extremely strong player. Of course,
might as well do it now. If white goes knight f3, then it's going to be a lot more work to break through.
And it's interesting that Gata allowed this actually. His last move is king g1 h2, which is displaying, serenity beyond belief.
Yeah, he's a good psychologist. He's probably saying, don't think she can do this.
But she might. I mean, underestimate her at her peril.
No, I'm not saying underestimating her. I'm saying not provoking action.
Yeah. But this might not be, the kind of action he was particularly looking for. Yeah, very interesting. A lot of very interesting matchups in Gibraltar, because Gibraltar, of course, has a very, very, actually a tremendous prize fund for women, the best in the world, and it attracts a lot of very, very strong women players. And they keep on playing against very high caliber players in every round, so it creates a lot of pairings like this.
And Grandpa Joe points out, there's no video in Gibraltar game. Yeah, there's no video in Vaikanzee games either. Sorry, Grandpa Joe, this is just a Chess24 show. I'm sure you can search the official site and go there, because we won't cover Gibraltar all that much. We're just having a look around, because the Vike games were over quickly. Let's have a look at the Nakamura game. People want us to go there, but we thought it was just game over.
It is completely game over.
Probably is, yeah.
Well, knight h7, you can start picking up material simply, I guess. On knight g5 maybe wins on the spot.
Go for the mate.
Knight g5, knight g6, rook df1, yeah.
Tick.
Yeah. No, this game will not last very long. And if king g8 instead, we go g5 and we give mate on the spot, more or less. g5, g6, yeah. No.
Yeah, this won't last long. Tough day for Maria Musicchuk. One last look at Vichy. If I could spell his name, then we would find the game. Here we are. What has been played? Rook g8.
Rook g8 is a decent enough move, and Vichy takes on e5 with the intention of playing queen f4 next move. And if queens come off, white is better because black structure is worse, and the knight on e7 has no moves. So, yeah, as I said, I've seen the machine evaluation, and it still likes black a great deal, but I wouldn't be so sure if I were.
No, you also got to prize in the machine's obsession that if black ever goes g3 and h4, it loves the protected pass pawn, which wouldn't really help black.
So it's not at all a clear position, but even an unclear position in a game between Vichy with white against a player neither one of us has any experience with is very interesting. So yeah, favorites obviously not having it their own way in Gibraltar. There have been upsets every day. Pagonina beating Najdic and other fantastic results for women players.
Nigel lost to...
Yeah, Harika Jonavali beating Nigel with black. And Galyashkina has taken on d4 twice, so very exciting as well. We will not go back to that game because we've shown you the main ideas, but yeah.
Yeah, let's have one final look at the results of today and the pairings for tomorrow, if I can bring them up, which always takes me a moment, but I'll do it. This is not it. And then tell you guys that you should definitely be back tomorrow at noon. The games start earlier in Vike for an exciting final round where still some players with a chance to win the tournament, even though Magnus Carlsen, of course, a huge favorite. Here we can see the standings. Carlsen half a point ahead of Caruana, half a point. And
you can maybe also switch to the pairings for round 13, could be.
Yeah, I think people can read them.
And that's for 12, I mean for,
sorry.
For the next round. Yeah, so the most important games will be Carlsen versus Ding Liren is by far the biggest game of the day, because Ding will actually catch up with Magnus if he wins, and arguably will be the winner of the tournament if he beats Magnus with black in the last round, regardless of what tiebreak they use or don't use. And Fabiano will be black against Evgeny Tomashevsky, trying to mix it up, find some winning chances somewhere, because if the Carlsen-Ding Liren game is a draw, he will have a chance to catch up to Magnus by beating Tomashevsky with black.
Absolutely, so that's going to be the big focus. Of course, more action going on, more storylines. Will Juanito equal Peter Svidler's record that people thought would never be broken? 11 draws out of 13 games, and many more. Come back tomorrow noon. In the meantime, check out chess24.com, play a game, consider joining the premium club. There's a lot of value in my opinion. For $9.99 a month you get access to literally thousands of videos by the likes of Vishy Anand, Hu Yifan, Peter Svidler, Jan Gustafsson, and many more. So if you want to improve your chess, I believe that is a great idea. Thank you guys for watching today's show. We're gonna probably get some food because we like food, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers.